I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but right now I'm a man, right? So if that happened right now, I'd be a woman. So once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
got it. No,
they're a woman.
That's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they I can ask them if I want to know.
But there needs to be, you need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who sorry, we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere.
Well, no, it's important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No, you said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition.
To have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals.
Expensive.
It should be public, it should be quick, it should be televised.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
And
should be
televised.
public square.
By the way, you could fund
force
the
kids
government
to watch it.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola. And no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see someone get their head chopped off. And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have...
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think, no, the absolute
I think
opposite.
at a certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you can drive, you can watch it.
No, but hold on. You should see it. What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
6th grade or so. You are a person, they're old enough to, you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, if we had a guillotine or something, we have kids who are 14 who are committing carjackings
100%.
in cities and doing
Yes.
bad stuff. And I think
Yeah, you're
if
probably
you sent the
right. Maybe
message
they're
to them, if you do a bad crime, you will die, and it will be like this, and that
No,
will
but
be
just-
you.
just
But I think it
would be a
tears down.
positive message.
So
If-
my
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both
Are you
sides?
kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the
No,
Democrats
this
have to own
is
it too,
on.
but
The
I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
Democrats own
problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking
There are-
about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this.
Very much for joining me. I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view, that's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota's Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson, and the shooting several years ago of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum. Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us must be loud and clear. Political violence, regardless of ideology, is not the answer and must be condemned. Thank you very much.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now, I'm
not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
Sorry. I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make up.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and I'm your host. Today is Saturday, September 13th, 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate all of you, those joining at home, those on the comment section, and those who are already in the studio. Today, just like every other Saturday, we deal with issues in the news across the world. And we give you the opportunity to come in and have a conversation with us on those issues. We start with the big story here in America, which is the killing of a conservative activist named Charlie Kirk. He was killed speaking to students at the university in Utah. It's been the main issue in the news across the world, and people are having conversations on how we democracy endure. How do we contain speech? How do we have free speech? Who has the right to free speech? And what is free speech? The freedom of expression, can it be contained, curtailed under a democracy? So this debate is going on as a result of what has happened to Charlie Kirk. So we're going to have that conversation from all perspectives. It has implications beyond America. In Nigeria, we're dealing with the issue of free speech. There are so many stories out of Nigeria where that is a matter that people are worried about. So will you join us? We will have that conversation. Also in Nigeria yesterday, I think Heidi Bassi broke the Guinness World Record for cooking. I think she aimed to cook 200 bags of rice, jollof rice. She ended up cooking, no, 250. She ended up cooking 200. That was yesterday in Lagos. She broke the Guinness record of cooking jollof rice. It's very important. It's a big story down there in Nigeria. Also in the news, Wike, the minister in charge of Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, is reported to be in the hospital in the UK, according to Sahara reporters. We're also going to touch on the issue of Natasha Akpoti. Most of you know her. She's fighting to return to the Senate. As of yesterday, the Labour Union and other groups are basically telling the Senate that they should allow her to get back to the Senate to serve her people. So we're going to touch on that. Shore has so many stories in the news. She's in a fight with the DSS over a post he made on social media. In that post, he called Tinubu criminal, and DSS wrote Meta, the people that own Facebook, and they're trying to get them to close his Facebook account. So Shore's fight with the DSS, and of course other people came in and they are all involved in the fight. Let me play you one video that is trending at this moment of someone who is threatening to deal with Shore.
It is high time you stop misleading Nigerians, because I cannot be able to differentiate criticisms and what you call what did they call it? I don't even know. But if you want us to have problem with you, we are going to have problem with you. So the only offense our president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces have, was because it's the president of Nigeria, that you go online, you go on your social media outlet and call him criminal. Are you not a criminal? You are a bigger criminal. You are a murderer, Sanwore. Calling IG, illegal IG, director DSS, this, calling people name, judges. It is enough, Sanwore. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Any day you come out on social media to criticize or insult, we do not stop you from criticizing president or any of the leader. We do not stop you. But coming out to call someone father, a criminal, wallahi, we are not going to take it lightly with you. Wallahi, Sanwore, we are not going to take it lightly with you. Sheikh Tinubu, this is the third time I'm calling you. If you cannot be able to get rid of Sanwore, please allow the job for us. Allow the dirty job for us. Enough is enough. We cannot watch you insulting our president, calling the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria criminal. Look at this murderer. Are you supposed to be allowed walking in the street? A murderer like you? Do you know how many people you misleaded? They killed them in Lagos. Do you know how many people that you caused their death in Abuja because of answers? My own loved one, I lost more than 3 loved ones. That is how you go misleading Igbo boys. They are doing their business, going out doing their daily business in Lagos. You misleaded them. Many of them lost their life. Many lost their property, including me. They can't run when I run for Abuja for that your answers protest. Up to now, I cannot recover from hypertension system. They talk una go say una be activists. Is that how they do activists? Going out to call someone father criminal? If Shahid don't know what to do with you, me, Alhaji Oscar, I know what to do. Wallahi, I can't watch you calling my own president, president of the people of Nigeria, commander-in-chief of the armed forces criminal. Wallahi, you are a liar. Wallahi, we are going to get rid of you. Wallahi, you are a liar. If police cannot do the job, we can do the job. We can do the job.
Meanwhile, Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka was called by the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria to report and come for re-interview to keep his visa to the U.S. And he got so angry, he called Donald Trump the Idi Amin, the white Idi Amin. Quite interesting, the exchange. So most people who have visas to the United States having their visas revoked. Some are being called to come and for an interview to know if they could continue to keep their visa. So Soyinka and the American government at loggerhead. In Anambra State last week, I showed you guys what the Governor Charles Soludo said about his opponent, Onachukwu, and the vice. Not the vice, the deputy candidate for the deputy governor, Uche Ekwunife. So this week, Uche Ekwunife responded to Soludo. Let me play a little bit of it. It's mainly in Igbo. But
Professor Senona Chinda Anambra State. Biko Rapumaka. We are practicing constitutional democracy in Nigeria. All political parties must know their candidates. Soludo is over governor twice in Natasha before we are not imposed on the people of Anambra State in the local government. For the last 3 years, the governor Anambra South food in a state. South Song Soludo, under your watch, 2 young state assembly members died under questionable circumstance. Onyembufa, he chopped Onyembufa as chief executive officer of the state, and many others. He got no feeling in Anambra State. Ozunde Madeju. Anambra State now Thursday. The Madana Tuno. The Benina Magala. Keep an Anambra Kita. Murunyana Funyana now. So if that's the name of the government, you can't reinforce failure. I didn't know that. You know you have failed. You have failed woefully. In a woman, isi na certificate my PhD will fake. Go to court. You want PhD wage money mail fake certificate. If you let November 8th, you can go to court again. If you let is you want a memory masters. You can join my music. Ghana did his own. All music and ever. You can join my masters. University of Calabar, they made my first degree. How could you they don't know. Still, you go there with my keeping a job. Go and ask. I don't know if Professor Nkegi Diche. Keep up over the hand on a professor of our award again by department. Neighboring, because I never professor, because I never just award the department in here.
All right. So she was essentially responding to Soludo, and just like Soludo did to her principal, the candidate for governor, and herself questioning her degree, her PhD. She went on to question Soludo's degree, professorship, and talked about all the issues going on in Anambra State and told Soludo to leave her alone. There were other things that happened during the week. There was a call that Ekwunife made to somebody who works for Soludo, accusing the Soludo's wife of certain things. And Soludo's wife yesterday issued a long statement, and it's a full-blown war in Anambra State between these two women who worked for former governor Mbanwiju. So for those who do not understand Igbo, most of the conversations were in Igbo, and people have been interested in knowing what is going on in Anambra State. This is an election that Soludo will have won easily without reducing himself to this level in the competition. He's still going to win, most likely. But we don't know all the details of what will happen. 2 days ago, there was a news that came out that Soludo was going to build a new city he called Industrial City with a new airport. And people were outraged that because the airport in Anambra State is not being taken care of and it's not being expanded, nothing is really being done there. Why would the governor go out there and build a new airport? And those people issued a statement saying that it wasn't true. They had no idea, no plans to build another airport in Anambra State. That was what they issued. And immediately after, we got this video of Soludo talking about this new airport. Let me play.
About 4,000 hectares of land that will be the next axis of prosperity, the industrial city Anambra. And a design we got the master plan, my automobile city, my pharmaceutical city, my agro allied industrial city, and so on and so forth, with entertainment, with the provision for the future, the Anambra's next airport, all in there.
All right, you heard him for the future of Anambra's next airport. One last thing I will mention before I bring in people who are already in the studio is I think our athletes, they're about to go into a competition. I don't know the details, but there's a video trending of one of our runners, I think it's Toby, complaining about what she received from the Nigerian government. We'll find the video, and which plays into complaints that people have been making about how the sports administration in Nigeria, how they run things. We know that Nigerian Super Eagles are fighting to see if they will make it to the World Cup, and some of the ex-players are criticizing the management of the team for the performance so far, and even threatening that they should really fire all of them if we do not qualify for the World Cup. So this is the player talking about what she received for the competition.
Oh, Nigeria, all the other countries, they give their athletes suitcases. See what in Nigeria pack kits put for athletes. Every year, that's how they collect time. It's one small like no bag. A country, which company be this? Iresa. This country will steady embarrass you. Now, can't say many people not switch allegiance. Now, never ready. I beg you. Nigeria give us one. Rosie they laugh. I'll put it for video now. Two. Men are the count more. Two like that. One. Kilele, j'ai boxer si lele abi. Even blind man no say this thing. It go be like Nika for my body. They give us two. Everything two on they say oh yeah. Competition dear. Maybe say if you sweat like this, the color of it if if it pee for your body. I beg. Down the water. Wait a minute. They went to bash one. All of our. I don't know what time you. Tomash, bash two. Tomash, bash three. And extra butter. Edge of the and in their words, podium wear, up and down. I beg you. Long tight either. Wear long tight. Wear 3/4 tight. Wear long sleeve. No singlet. No nothing. We never get clothes we go wear for dining. This thing they give us now is strictly competition gear. I don't put this one. I don't feel like under that place. I don't listen to black tights. My black is so as it is now.
Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see the people who are already here. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
All right, you guys know. You guys know Mr. James is joins every day. First to join from the Gambia. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Mr. James. Good to always see you. I appreciate your coming, your time, and your treasure, which is your data. God bless you.
Yes, you mentioned that. I remember now that in Nigeria, because of what happened, we didn't even talk about that. What happened in Nepal, a lot of people, a lot of governments across Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, they are panicking because it was so quick, so fast, people could not believe it. We'll talk about that along the way. Nigeria immediately removed the tax, 5% tax on data. They also said that they are not implementing the 5% fuel tax that we are going to start in January. So things are happening so fast. There is tension. Even freedom of speech is being questioned everywhere in the world. So that's what we are seeing. And I will just give everyone a chance for just any addition, anything I missed. I know probably there are so many things happening. So let me start with you, KJ. Any story you are watching that I missed that is important to you?
I think I'm comfortable with all you have covered. I think those are the major issues. You did a very good, you had everything nipped up in the bag, especially Anambra story. I can't wait to get there.
All right.
I love Uche. I love Uche Ekwenife very much. Not because I think she's a brilliant woman, irrespective of her politics. But we'll talk about that.
All right. Mr. James, is there anything that is important to you that we probably missed?
Not really. The only thing that is of importance to me is what happened at Kathmandu. Not because they are rebelling against the government. When the first lady was caught, the way she was handled is very interesting in a very civilized manner, in quotes, civilized manner. If it were Nigeria, they would have stripped her naked. The way they stripped that lady naked at what's called Lagos Airport. And one lady, is it a member of one of the eastern states? Copper. We are so obsessed in Nigeria with stripping women naked. You see the civilized way an angry mob handled that woman. In fact, she was not injured. She never bled. Though they hit her, she fell on the ground, and despite the degree of anger boiling in them, they were able to know their limit as civilized people. And the interesting thing is that that country is cut off from the rest of the world physically, because they refer to Nepal as the roof of the world. It's one of the highest countries. It's a mountainous country, very difficult to get to. So they live in a wall of their own. They were able to set their standards by not setting that woman, by not stripping her naked. Congratulations to the people of Nepal.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Anne Lechuku, welcome to the show.
Hi.
How are you?
Dr. Damages. I'm all right. How about you?
Good.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, it's afternoon here in New York.
Okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I understand. We're in different parts of the world. I didn't know there's people. Yeah, and still in the morning time. Yeah, I forgot that California. And so, what is there anything I missed on the story? Is anything important to you? I didn't cover everything happening in the news. But anything important to you just want to mention before we start the conversation?
No, I think you really went. This is globetrotting from the city of New York, according to the greatest city on earth. I think I need to argue that with you.
Yep.
It's not better. It's not greater than Houston.
There's no competition here. The only people that are competing is actually Paris. They are the ones who are saying they are competing with New York, but no, not anymore.
The New York has what it has. We have what we have, though. So,
yeah, I understand.
We are the energy capital of the world. How about that?
Yeah, you can say that. That's good. We don't quarrel with that. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne Electrical. Revolution Now. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph, KJ, Mr. James, Anne Electrical, Kaina Nenuchuku Anya Kamu Foge.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you only hope.
Nah, I'm not quite the only hope. If we find the seamen and Nepal, that's not the only hope. Yeah, greetings to everybody again, because, I don't think there's anything to add. I'm just waiting for you to give me my chance to explode on certain topics you have mentioned,
Okay. Before we start, I just want to know, because I don't know if we'll get there. I know you leave early whenever you come on Saturdays. Showore is under attack from everywhere, from David Hundain, from the social media, from everywhere. So how do you feel about that?
Thank you for giving me the first spot. Like, my routine. I was going to the bathroom. I said, no, today. Make a show face before I go. I will still join later when a KJ or somebody else take over. You see, Dr. Damages, and brothers who are on the platform right now and those listening. You see, when we say something, I'm a man of, I don't call myself that I'm special, but sometimes I mind my business. Because as a Nigerian, sometimes I like to just they cover that cover while they go. People who know me, they call me a reserved person. But if you see, I open my mouth, talk about something, I don't do it to gain favor, but I do it to warn the people. Say this is what they do, where nothing say they get away with it. One day it go happen. The class people issue. Remember last time here, I mentioned something, but you corrected me. Say we know we have class, but that is not the topic of the day. I accepted it. I was bombarded that day with different people. They tried to school me. I managed to escape from them that day. With style, I tell them to practice what they preach. Now I just leave them that day. Finish. You see the Showore issue. It's just like the issue of Fela those days. Now Fela make people like us run away from Nigeria because he was warning us with his music. Just like Showore is doing now, every Nigerian, they hate him. And who are these people who hate Showore? The class system. These people where they well to do. They don't want that country to get into trouble. It's better make with the manage them as it be. So when somebody come and confront the situation head on, like Showore is doing, this man is a criminal. These are things we talk in privacy. These are things we talk in beer parlors. These are the things we talk in when we do one-on-one. These guys are criminals. Tinubu is the head of the criminal in that country because he's leading a system that Nigerians are dying every day. And people, and when they come, like Nigerian system, they go tell you, say, no, why, Pito Bianco, now small, we go remove our hand from the lion's mouth. Our hand already there for the lion's mouth. Now small, we go take her. And people are dying every day. So to learn, Dr. Rudolph, Showore's issue, anybody criticizing Showore, I will just say it blankly, is an enemy to Nigeria. Whether those people where they claim sometimes they go come tell us this, they go talk from both sides of their mouth, and then something will happen, they go say, no, Showore, look at that bros where you show now. Say make them give them the job, make you finish Showore. Can you imagine such a thing? If you follow that man now, he cannot feed himself, neither can he feed his family. That same bros where you show face now, if Sheyi Tinubu can't do it, let them give them the job. Which job they want to do? Is it to shoot Showore down or what? Or to go block him somewhere and beat him up or what? So, but you will see a country like Nigeria where we refuse to touch the root of our problem. And nobody else supposed to touch it. That's all I can say for now, bro.
All right. Thank you, Revolution Now. I think I will keep the issue of Charlie Kirk. Let's make it the second topic because I want to wait for Kene is on his way. I want to wait for some other people who will be, because one of the things we want to try to do today is that when we handle a topic, we move away from that topic and handle another topic, so that we don't have people come in and say, I want to talk about this when we have finished. So for those watching at home, I know that pattern. We are trying to, I know it's a habit we have, but we're trying to be more professional. If we say that first 30 minutes of first hour, we are discussing this topic, we discuss that topic. After that, we move to another topic. If, on the other hand, so that we don't have people come in at any point. So let's start with a very more like modest and quiet topic, which is Tinubu's efforts. He's still fighting to stop the release of information, the FBI and DEA information on him. So the information, most of them are out, but they've been redacted. And there are people fighting to get the information open, and he's really fighting that should not happen. So let's talk about that in the context of him saying that he had dealt with corruption in Nigeria. There's no corruption anymore, and in the context of stories coming out from police commission, the IG of police, there are stories of money being spent. There are stories of money lost by the oil industry, NNPC. There's one guy, I will get these stories out and show you guys. I'm sure some of you have seen that. So the question is still, what is Tinubu afraid of? Why is he fighting so hard to hide these facts about him? Let me start with you, KJ.
Okay. Once again, thank you so much, Rudolph. Listen, I mean, this shouldn't even be a topic, because we know if you have nothing to hide, you will not be paying such an amount of money to get lobbyists and to get lawyers to go after this records of yours that is somewhere in another country. And let's be clear, if the country where your record is not even getting something from you, they would have put this thing out a long time ago. So it's a win-win situation. You are fighting, they are looking at what should be. I mean, it's a bargain for them, if you ask me. Because if you have that record with you, you can say to Rudolph Okonkwo, if you want me to keep this record, I want your first salary to come to me, and the last one of every month, or so you can actually make a bargain. So that's why we say, and I totally want to give credit to David, because David, I wonder how he manages to do this. I mean, a young man, he's such a brave guy. I really applaud his work. I cannot do what he's doing. He's putting a lot of risk into it, both for his life and, of course, the work that he does. So coming back to our president, it's like the obvious. We are trying to defend the obvious, and those who speak for him, I wonder how they manage to speak for him. Because if what is there is not damaging enough, you'll not be fighting to protect it. So what's he really what's he really protecting? What's he really protecting? Well, we should ask ourselves that question. What is he really protecting? Are we not even stupid in Nigeria? Let's speak to ourselves in the first place. We have a president who we don't know where he comes from. We don't know his parents. We don't know the school he went to. We don't know the secondary school he went to. We don't know who he has been over the years. Yet the whole apparatus of government is ready to defend his record, and even go to the extent of trying to squeeze somebody, not to call him a criminal. Are we correct? Don't we have something wrong with us? Is this the way we're going to really build a nation? And then those who have something to offer, we ridicule them, we make nonsense of them, we criticize them. Look at the young man even insulting Shore. Has he ever been able to do what Shore has done, or what Shore has been able to put forward? Whether we like it or not, Shore is enriching the Nigerian politics. Nobody can take that away from him. And tomorrow, if the history of Nigeria is written, Shore's name will occupy a very high place, better than my own. So whoever thinks that Shore is not playing an important role is just, wasting his time. If in the past, people, some criminals could occupy a record, even though it's on the dark part of Nigeria, what more of those who were able to speak the truth to power and call a black? So, like I said, The reason why these agencies of government will act in to protect this man's record, because there is something for the government to hold on to in Nigeria. If not, I don't know, you guys live in the US, you know what I'm talking about. They don't usually try to block anybody from facing the consequence of his crime. This will not be a first time. So if you know, there's an American saying that goes, if you can't do the crime, don't do the, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. So this is the system that works. But for the agencies to try to block it, it means that there's something in there for them beyond what our eyes can see. I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, KJ. Let's go to Mr. James. KJ pointed out something very important. If the government of the United States have something incriminating that on the president of Nigeria, it gives them leverage. You know, they could demand things from our president in exchange for them keeping that under locks. So what do you make of this situation? Because it's wider than people think. It's not just about his own personal record and interest in
you got it right. If you remember, about a year or so ago, or even a year and some months ago, I mentioned on this platform that Nigeria is in for a very big trouble, because this man, from the look of things, I don't have evidence, but from the look of things, there are certain things the Americans know about this guy, which you and me probably will never know. So I think I mentioned in those days that it is possible that if he is sworn in as president, the US government will just tell him, Mr. Tinubu, please come over. You have a case in Sacramento, in California, about XYZ. You either do this, you either do ABC, or we reveal what you did in Sacramento. Something like that. I mentioned it on this platform long ago. This is what is playing out. If you look at the policies this man is implementing, it seems that they are squeezing his balls. He was not intelligent enough to know what he is going into from the look of things. Because that is just how I see it. I've mentioned on this platform before that the world we live in these days is that of every man to himself and God for us all. Self-interest matters in international relations. I will not blame the white men, the Americans or Europeans, for behaving the way they are behaving, because if we were to be in their position, we will not treat them better. Because that is how this world is. That's how the world is. And I have that impression because what we black people do to ourselves is even worse than what the Europeans are doing to us. But I'm not justifying what they are doing, but that is how the world is. Self-interest is the issue. This man has got something to hide. Okay, now, the fact that we allowed him to become president of Nigeria, this is the price we are paying. When he was declared president, if we had taken over the streets from north to south, east to west, and the middle belt, taken over by the people of the country, that we don't want this man, the way people stood up against Babangida's government, when he was forced to step aside. If Nigerians had stood up to say, no, we did not vote for this man, he cannot be our president, all the stories we're telling now would have been irrelevant. So this is how I see it. It's a price we just have to pay. And you see, the hardship in Nigeria today is caused by his policies. People are dictating to him what to do and what not to do. Who are these people? We don't know. So these are the people squeezing his balls, and really has no option than to do what they want him to do. And if you remember what happened, I think, was it in Panama? Or I think Panama, Noriega was captured and sent to the United States against his will. The Americans have the capability to go to Abuja, pick him up, put him on a plane, and fly him to the United States, put him on trial in any of the courts he has got a case to hand. So these are we are just speculating because, as I said earlier on, probably we will never know what is going on between this man and the people of America. This is the price we are paying for allowing Chatham House to determine the president of Nigeria. This is the price we are paying. While the major presidential candidates were going to Chatham House, I mentioned on this platform and on this platform that, I mean, the price we are paying. I mean, so let us just swallow it for the next 2 years. After his tenure, then we will decide if we still want to bear the hardship or not. Because Socrates said, as I've said on this platform before, that the people get the government they deserve. This is the government the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria deserve. If they don't deserve it, they will rise up and kick him out, the way they removed Babangida from office. Because they felt enough was enough during Babangida's time. This is just the beginning of more terrible things to come. And lastly, the hallmark of any revolution is normally decades of decadence. The people have swallowed, have tolerated. We've not swallowed enough. This is why we are still giving him the chance to do what he is doing. So let us enjoy it. It's a very good ride.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Revolution Now, you are next. Go ahead, Revolution Now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Our president, Tinubu, and all the things we did for that guy ahead, you know. Do you know the person I blame is how Mr. James ended? I blame P2B very, very seriously. All what is happening. I supported him that 2023 because all Nigeria was behind him. Everybody, all the show. I remember that big picture of that boy way cover road like this. Still, after what happened to that boy, they beat him up, carry and go lock him up for doing such a thing. And P2B told us, I forget where I saved that film. They asked him, is I coab Siva or Simba, no, why, weapon there. How many people have died in that country since that day? How many people have died since? In fact, they beat some people black and blue because of P2B. Now, P2B give Alhaji Danti, I heard what Alhaji Danti said. Assuming Alhaji Danti was in place of P2B, all this thing for no happen. Because this is a robbery. You know when they call say somebody rob you? Open eye robbery. You open eye 4 a.m. in the morning. Look at all the ways then take do am. Nigerians keep quiet. P2B will win election. Tell us, say make we no talk. You understand? So, okay, Bros can't enter power now. You know, he doesn't even know his leg from his right. Now, waiting they cover how to cover his crime. They don't want people to our money now is what he's spending to protect himself. So me, this question, I don't have much to say about it. All I know is that we are now we are just watching what is going to happen. That is how I will say. I don't have much to say about it. All I know that Tinubu is a criminal, working with criminals, and they are not doing anything, even the opportunity where they get. Emiloko, okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Revolution Now. Let's come to you, Anne.
Revolution Now. The concluding part, we don't know. Interpret that for us. Right. See, my position is this. Take it to hell, take it to heaven. Tinubu is a calamity that has happened to Nigeria. No two ways about it. Now, this is somebody who went to school in the United States of America, the greatest country on earth. This man does not come to America, rather he goes to France and goes to Britain. That tells you something. Now, the fact that a man who went to school in America that should pride in it, worked in ExxonMobil, he should be proud to allow the American government or the American legal system bring out a resume. That's what it is. Advertise it to the world because he did great. The only way why he's fighting is that he has some shady deals. And this is the main reason why that Nigerians should not allow this calamity to happen a second time. The Bible says, affliction shall not rise a second time. It was a mistake that he's been president for 4 years. He's going to be president for these 4 years. But the second one, if he becomes president again in 2027, Nigerians should blame themselves. It has happened, and he's there. You should take the ride. But it is so absurd that somebody will be fighting the legal system of a country not to bring out his record. It's clear as the day that what he is hiding is not what is good for the country to know about. All I appeal to Nigerians is this. Make all efforts. Those who can vote, make all efforts to register for the election, to the vote on the voters card, and make all efforts to vote. And between now and 2027, I know we're not getting that there, but we have a lot of problems. Let us begin to profile solutions, because we won't be discussing Tinubu if somebody who have his kind of record is not the president of Nigeria. So the best thing we need to do is let this not happen again. Nigerians, please, I beg you in God's holy name and in everything that you hold sacred, do not allow this calamity to happen a second time. P2B is not a problem. P2B, nobody should blame him. He only says, don't shed blood, just like Jonathan said. If P2B has said, ignite Nigeria, Nigeria will have been ablaze. And maybe Nepal will have been, and what happened in Libya and Egypt will be a child's play. And you know how volatile Nigeria can be. So P2B should not be blamed for what happened for Tinubu to be president. I rest my case for now.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy Electrical. For the idea of election, the newspapers today, Vanguard is reporting high cost of elections in Nigeria. How Nigeria spends 981.5 billion on 7 elections in 24 years. And based on their calculation, is the most expensive any country in the world has done in the last 24 years, and still it's not credible. That's a question about going into the next election and what will be the outcome, even if people vote their participate the way we want them to participate. All right, Paul, welcome to the show. We're talking about Tinubu. What is he hiding? What does that mean for the country? And just think about it. You are ambassador in another part of the world, and you listen to him saying that Nigeria is not corrupt and he dealt with corruption, and then today say you are reading in newspapers that he's fighting to block certain things coming out. Okay, go ahead.
Doctor, good morning. And Doctor, I would say this is not fair. I was even thinking that you're going to first tell me that Paul, accept my condolence for Charlie Kirk, who happened to be my neighbor.
We're talking about that next. We are ready for
that. I'm the Arizona guy, so it's my neighbor. So at least tell me, I accept my condolence.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know him until it happened, but we'll get to that.
Okay, well, let's leave that part. So, Doctor, the problem we are having in Nigeria, when somebody talk about Nigeria with the way things is going, like Nepal, I will quote Francis Bacon. He said, blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed. But the problem in Nigeria, we are very religious people, even though the Muslim people now do miracle sections. So we always have hope. So when we have hope, we cannot fight for anything because we believe there is a God somewhere that will come solve our problem. So which means it's still not a problem. God is in charge. So that is the thing. Talking about the man called Bola Tinubu, he can't offer us anything. A man who graduated from a school that is not yet built. You understand? A man, everybody will say his wife is an Ishekiri woman from Delta State. But when you go online, you discover that the wife is from Ogun State. But everybody say, oh, that Ishekiri woman. Doctor, my traditional way where I understand, when they say where you from, is where your father from. If my father is from Delta State and my mother is a Yoruba woman, everybody quick to call me, I'm from Delta State. Like as they will call the RUV guy and everything. The father is a Yoruba, the mother is an Igbo woman, and he said he's a Yoruba boy. But they switch it when it comes to that aspect. They say, no, na Igbo boy, because his mama na Igbo. But when it comes to Remi Tinubu, they say she's from Delta, even when the father is from Ogun State. You don't even know anything about these people. You understand? Like the other man said, he said he work in Exxon Mobil. They say he work in Deloitte. Deloitte come outside clearly said, Tinubu never work. We never had any Tinubu in our archive. He never worked, but he said he worked there to the tune of a general manager, one of the best auditing firm in the world. 1 to 3. They said they don't know this person never worked there. You know, so it's the problem where we don't. Tinubu is what I call enigma. I don't know whether you know the song called Enigma. You understand? Somebody you don't know, a faceless person and everything. You know, we have a lot of problem, but we don't have problem because we are spiritual people. We love God. Like I said about Peter Obi the other day and Good Luck Jonathan last week Saturday. By now, I am expecting Jonathan team to be talking to somebody like an Atiku. You understand how Atiku can endorse him publicly. You understand? So that the chances will come back and to kick Tinubu off. How they can work, even though Jonathan want to be our good luck, how Jonathan can be talking to Atiku to endorse Peter Obi. If an Atiku raise hand and endorse Peter Obi, it's finished, it's over. Neither they are the one that is talking to the Jonathan. Don't you see that we have a lot of problem? According to my big brother, who will live forever, Charlie boy, our mumu novadu. You understand? Let us change the narrative. Our mumu novadu. You understand? We can't get anything. Not this one that they are talking and never. Look, doctor, I'm just going here and there. When they talk about the Showore thing and everything, I'm just going here and there. If I'm Showore, this is the time to be CIA. You understand? Because that's a protection. Then Showore will be the Benjamin Netanyahu of our time. Nobody can touch him. I'm telling you, Nigeria is finished. Doctor, this gray hair that I have, I don't think I'm supposed to have it. You understand? It's all this money. Same. If I see plus 2, 3, 4, my BP rise. Because I know after prayer and money, I'm telling you, if that country is working, by now I'm supposed to find one disability and retire back to Nigeria. If they like me, they give me $1,000. I'm telling you, because Nigeria is a good place. It's fun. I miss my loved ones, but we can go back home. Do you want me to retire to Ghana, then they kick me out? Do you want me to go to another place again, then they call me one name again? How long we can be running a tasketer? But I will tell you, Tinubu is a big problem. But Tinubu is the big bully. But the only way you can confront a bully is to fight back. You cannot use a calm way to confront a bully. That thing that Peter Obi is doing, except he have the power, say, for example, America is standing behind him. You understand? He can talk anything, but behind the scene, America will inbox the other big man, say, okay, no for your hand, waka come out to waka or stay, you waka. Other than that, if we want to maintain this way, this man ruled Lagos for donkey years and he destroyed Lagos. Since 1999 to date, he's been controlling Lagos. You see what he did with the speaker. You understand? You'll be so shocked that they will push somebody like Jonathan. You hear Jonathan can't contest. Even when Jonathan won this case 2014 and contest for 2015 election, now they are reminding him again that he cannot contest. You understand? And all Jonathan do like the people who beg me money every day. Inbox. Jonathan is not talking. Inbox, closed door meeting. No, that's not how you confront a bully. You understand? We don't have leaders in that country. We just have spiritual fathers who pray and pray and pray. Muslim prayer, Christian prayer. Our traditional prayer, they're supposed to pray, they condemn them. They say they're occultic. They're bad thing.
Yes, you are.
We can't run a nation like that. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Kene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Today isn't supposed to be a fun day. Supposed to be a sad day in this beautiful country of ours. Even though some miscreants and some God-forsaken human beings are trying to take us to dark ages, just as we some have taken Nigeria into dark ages. But you know, some of us will still believe in God, will still respect God, will still try our best to keep to the commandments and commandments of God and God's will for mankind. We don't take it to heart. We don't take it personal if we see some on the other side that don't believe in the existence of God, that don't have respect for God's commandment or God's will for mankind. We don't take it to heart. We accommodate everybody. Politics is something that has to do with trying to be more humane to mankind instead of playing games with people's life. It happened during the election, the campaign, when the president's life would have been cut short, but for God's intervention, in as much as some people don't believe in God, God intervened. Yes, hear it very well. It is God's miracle that made him survive it. And I often see this young guy preaching, going.
Sorry, we haven't gone to that topic. I think you are moving.
Okay. Are we talking about Tinubu?
Yeah. For now, after this, we go to Charlie.
Who has not spoken, please?
It's you. I have Sully, Jagun.
Okay. And it's the old age. The man on blue jean. Please take my time and add to yours. I don't speak about non-living things. Tinubu to me is a non-living thing. I don't allow such people to give me a headache. Give him my time, please. I will wait for.
All right. Let's go to Sully first, and then we go to Jagun. It's not there. Jagun, you're next.
Yeah, Jagun, sorry. Yeah, I couldn't see. I was thinking it was Japan, so you know.
Okay.
No problem, bro. No problem at all. I greet everybody on the platform, those listening and contributing in the comment section. I greet everybody. I have a lot of questions where Nigeria and Tinubu and the future of Nigeria is concerned. I do a lot of reading and research in the economic positioning and development of all of Africa, really, and what it means to us. And strangely, I see a lot of movement in our economy. Even the harsh move to take away the what do you call it? The oil, what do you call it again? Subsidies. And it was harsh. It was harsh on the Nigerian economy. It was harsh on the Nigerian individuals. And with this, I see that there has been some kind of change in our economy. And I also, by myself, see the fact that our economy, in terms of the currency positioning at the moment, is actually an advantage for us. It could be a serious advantage for us in terms of export. We have just found lithium worth more than 12 trillion, the purest lithium in the world. I don't know why Nigeria is blessed in this way, but it is.
Lithium trillion in dollars or in naira?
In dollars.
Where?
I've seen it. I've been reading it in all kind of places. I mean, you can see it on YouTube. But if you look at some economic pages concerning Nigeria and lithium, you'll see it yourself. You'll see the finding. It's a pure strain of lithium that stretches throughout 6 states in Nigeria. Secondly, the bitumen that Nigeria holds, which is the second largest concentration of bitumen in the world after Canada, mostly it's in Ondo State. And me myself, I've seen the lithium just there coming out of the ground. And I remember in 1980 something, when I first came across it, I said, why aren't we making use of this? Why? The government put a block on it. There wasn't enough foreign investment, and there was fears of foreign investment getting involved. Okay, now they are saying that they are going to begin it. And the amount of lithium we've got, as I said, is the second largest in the world, largely concentrated in about 3 or 4 states, and largely in one state, Ondo State. Now, when I look at these things, it clearly tells me that we are still advantaged to move forward economically. So with this, are you seeing it? 34 trillion there. I said 12 trillion.
Yeah, I think it's trillion naira. I think it's
no. That's look it there now. That doesn't say naira.
You said dollars.
Oh, that's billion.
That was why. I questioned that because you said $1 trillion. But what I found is $34 billion.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen that myself, but that I don't think that's the newest find. There's a newer find than that. Okay. But anyway, let me continue. All I'm saying is that I don't know if this is Tinubu's work or if it's just God gifting us. I don't know if this Tinubu guy knows what he's doing economically or not. But I do know that there's been some kind of stand, strangely enough, from Nigeria against the America, not necessarily the West, but against America in terms of the tariffs that are being laid down. Now, when I look at this complexity, I don't know how to rate Tinubu, because I didn't ever rate him, ever. I found him very much a bully, very much somebody who is not serious. It doesn't seem to be the kind of person that should be running, that should have his hands on the reins of Nigeria at this particular time. The world is in flux at the moment. And that flux tells me that in reality, Nigeria should be really paying attention now, politically, economically, socially. We have this power. And it seems to me that we don't really know how to use it, which is quite troubling. I don't like Tinubu, but I'll prefer that if we're going to have him for the next 2 years again, that I feel time is very, very important. And it's not necessarily on our side. And I'm hoping, seriously, that whether it's Tinubu or not, really, sometimes when you don't like people, you don't want them to succeed in a certain way. But I do want Nigeria to succeed. And if he's the one to do it, then let him do it before he gets out. I mean, it's complex. Just in the same way that our brother Akene said that I don't really want to discuss this man. I understand that. I really, really do. Because he's illegitimate. Whether he's a criminal or not, he's illegitimate as far as Nigeria is concerned. Very illegitimate. And that illegitimacy, it should be a warning to us. But we know we're Nigerians and we're overly polite. We like to be polite. Somebody said that, why isn't Shore using elegant language? Why do you have to use elegant language when you're abusing somebody? You don't have to use elegant language. You use a language that you feel that befits that person. Nigeria and Nigerians, we're a strange lot, man. We're a strange lot. I don't always know how to quantify us. We have so much power in our hands, but the way we use our power is objectionable. It's very objectionable. Is that what you're doing, you stupid person? Which is what naturally would fall out of my mouth. A mouth like mine, that's what I'm going to abuse you. I'm going to cuss you when you're doing rubbish. So I'm perplexed is how I would land that one.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagan. Let's go to Sully. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Jaron, I would like to disagree with you when you say it's illegitimate. See, that is Nigerian people's choice, whether you like it or not. Those people living in the country, the people who vote are the meat sellers, the people selling pepper, the shoemakers, the people doing wheelbarrow. Those are the Nigerian voters, and that's the leader they chose. The civilized Nigerians and the educated one, they are too good to deal with politics. You know, it's below them. In fact, if you are struggling with politics, they look down on you like you don't have something to do with your life. So that is the result of, you know, classism. And then I'm not even interested in the, because I already know Tinubu is most likely going to win. Atiku is a very greedy person. He will never give Obi the chance. Never. He will never step down for Obi. Like, if at this point Nigerians have not learned their lesson with Atiku, then why are we disturbing ourselves? They don't learn lesson. They don't learn lesson. They still have hope. Somebody called the party a party of criminality. The person still went back to go and join the people. You still want to vote that person. You think that person has your own interest at hand? You think that person has your interest at hand? He literally took you away from those people and is going back to them. He's going back to go and eat his own vomit. You know, Tinubu supporters and Obi supporters, they are the same. Birds of the same feather. Obi is just the Eastern version of Tinubu. They do this. They do the same similar kind of crime. They do the same similar kind of corruption. Even when you want to mention their voters are the same. They act the same. They are both toxic. When you bring out the crime, they will shout at you. They don't even want to hear opposing opinion. They just want to hear their own inside echo chamber. So there's nothing that is going to change. Tinubu will do his gra. He will get his grassroots followers to vote for him, plain and simple. Even, in fact, I can guarantee you have more voters in the East than he had in the last election. Because these people are not organized. They've had godfathers that have helped them to get to the positions that they've been in. So it's like somebody that you've been helping to eat. You're now wanting to stand up by himself suddenly. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Nigerians also can see through this nonsense. They can't be repeating the same kind of mistakes again. So when you go back to a party of criminality, you are just giving Tinubu more supporters because they saw you as a savior. They saw you as a clean person. You are now doing shady things. Nigerians don't fall for those things again, we thank God. But they still fall for some things like money. And Tinubu is going to play the biggest money politics Nigeria has ever seen in their entire life. And the problem is not even, the problem is really INEC. You know, INEC is the kingmaker. There's no kingmaker in Nigeria. It's INEC that is the real kingmaker, whether you like it or not. Somebody will become third, INEC will make them first. Somebody will become fifth, INEC will make them first. All because of money. You are going up and down, protesting politicians. You should be protesting INEC. They don't even have that much security. But because you want to blame a tribe, because you want to make it a religious battle, you want to feed your emotions, you want to feel good. You see men 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old. They are still doing tribal fights. They are still feeding their emotion. They know who to fight, but because they just want to feed their emotion, because it's so sweet to insult another tribe. It's so sweet to blame another tribe than to face the issue. They are destroying the future of the youth. When you look at Tinubu supporters, they don't care about Yoruba people. They don't care about the Agberos. They don't care that development has stopped since Latin Jakonde and Awolowo. They don't care. So I was speaking to a Yoruba, he was telling me that Agberos are necessary in Lagos so that Igbos will not take over Lagos. I'm like, so another Yoruba woman's child should turn into a drug addict, roaming the street just because you don't want Igbo people to take Lagos. That is your logic. that is your logic. You know, and people go around, they want to blame Fulani. Fulani are millions of people. It's just a distraction. Are you telling me that you want to take out all the Fulani people in Nigeria? Are you telling me that it's all the Fulani people that are taking up arms? They would have taken over Nigeria since now. But you want to blame Fulani. You want to, because it is sweet. It is easier than using your brain. It is your emotions are getting, they are rising, they are getting excited that you are blaming Fulani people. And it's always old men, older generation, just destroying the youth's future. Sorry to say, but this is what I've noticed. Even when you look at this Charlie Kirk situation, it's only older Nigerians that can like him. Somebody that does not even want you in his country, and he said it openly. He even said it to a black child. But you know Nigerians now, we love our oppressors. How can we miss out? If the oppressor is white, we love him. If the oppressor is black, we love him. As long as he has following, power, clout, or money. That's the only thing that's, you know. So Tinubu is winning the next election. You can call him the names. You are not strategic. You feed your emotions too much. You know, just forget about it. I want to talk about Charlie Kirk.
All right, we'll get to that after we hear from King Poop and Ovie. Just I will give them 2 minutes. King Poop, is that your choice word? Poop. Okay. Welcome to the show. All right. We can't hear him. I don't think he has light where he is. Can you hear me? All right.
He seems like he's blocked.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Alvia, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, how are you doing?
They can't pay.
Okay. So we're talking about Tinubu's efforts to stop the release of more information about his records. We had a story in West Africa Weekly talking about that effort. Is still ongoing. And we are talking about what are the implications, because it shows you that there's something that is there. And if you have a leader who the other countries have information that he wouldn't like to see made public, it means that they can use that to blackmail him. So go ahead.
Dr. Lameji, you are giving me 2 minutes not to answer the question, because I seriously don't understand why. Well, let me say I understand why. Now every headline, now we go to take to heart, now we go to waste our time on. Now, that's a rhetorical question. West African Weekly is among the 10 people that were given $1 million, $100,000 each. About what? 2021, 2022?
Wait, hold on.
Local. Let me talk.
Yeah.
Because I did try to avoid all this thing for long, but man, I think it's time. Substack Local supported journalists, 10 of them across the globe, with $1 million. As I talk, maybe more than the Google. The West African Week, it be David O'Day, you get that, that's right? So it's among the beneficiaries. Then now we first start, why you go give me 2 minutes? They will now start digging deeper. Who had the fund? Who are the sponsor of Staffstock or Staffstock Local? The boys in the Silicon Valley, today overlords. What is their goal? Now, make I stop there. So I'll go that way to ask, who is looking for Tinubu's information? Nigerians? Because I don't know. Like, we'll get the information we want. What are we going to do about it? Now, that's why at times, my brother will get the same like me, revolution. You know, I the best for him too, because we claim to be educated and whatever, right? We get carried away because of the way he put himself down first before he make his point. And because we so much studied, the common sense that he's trying to make, he elude us. That's why when they come here, they talk about the same thing pretty much every day. Mogo, they condemn Tinubu, we condemn good law. Everyone, the same rhetoric, we go back to the last 15 years. Now, why I use the revolution as an example, as far at this point, we should all understand that there's two power that are fighting to govern the civilized world. Those that wanted to start from the bottom up, and those that wanted from the top down, which is this idea of capitalism or socialism. So all you need to do, narrate to your country. How is the government working? Is it from bottom up or top down? If it is top down, then it is nothing has to do with the president alone. Because the top down is that government subsidize the top for them to take care of everybody else. I mean, and you know who run the business at that level are foreigners. Or unless our governance is from the bottom up. Then we say, okay, maybe our resources as at the national level. These are things that we know we don't need to go about. So what the idea that we should focus on Tinubu's development, there's a reason why we focus on good luck. We focus on Obasanjo, we focus on Buhari, we are focusing on Tinubu. Guess what? We go focus on Obi to become. Something is wrong. Either among us, the educated one, or the uneducated one according to revolution. But definitely something is wrong somewhere. Tinubu, his record is in America. Nobody then they run our country. They are happy. The same people sent $32.5 million direct from State Department. Where the records today? Maybe they with Dr. Dameji, because the way Dr. Dameji they move them, I suspect them it's too smooth. So unless that is the case, what is wrong with us? Who's looking for Tinubu record? Who? What are we going to do with it? The world is changing before our own very eye. We they argue about what me and you cannot do nothing about. Because even by talk, we don't they talk rich. We are scared of taking action. Let's back our talk with action and resources. If we really believe Tinubu is the problem, we go change them. We should stop deceiving ourselves. That's why when you started by saying South African Weekly, so because idea, who is asking for those information? The same people who they sponsor that boy had the people in charge of the records to date. Elon Musk spent 6 months in Washington, D.C. What the hell do we think he was doing? They are still giving us money. The same people when they talk that money they sponsor Boko Haram. They are still giving us when they take, like, as I said, something is wrong somewhere. I am very sure it's not the leaders at this point. It's either with the educated one or the illiterate one according to revolution. But for sure, common sense is lacking, which is what revolution is trying to tell us by the day. But because I say I blame him because he put himself down first, that because I know who gives a shit to this world? Anybody with a iPhone is more educated than any other professor I can think of in this planet Earth. So, I mean, I'm not pissed. I'm just asking questions because it's as if that's what we need to be doing. We should be asking ourselves, or maybe not more where they smoke Igbo, that be the problem. But there's problem somewhere, and I would debate anybody is not the leaders. Them sure is not the leader because now we they produce them. But among us, something is wrong. Is that we the Igbo smokers, or the educated ones, or the illiterate ones? But definitely something is wrong with us. Know those people. If we go actually sit down as hard dots, say we look for Tinubu records. Like seriously. It's as if we don't know how the world works. We are looking for Tinubu record for almost 30 years. I don't know. I'm sorry if I come out like this. It's just that I don't know. So what I was talking about the sponsor. No, now go Google them. I'm not just making shit, but Stars Local. Who are the owners of Stars Local? Who they sponsor? How they take the raise for? Once you begin to break it down, follow the money, then no be every headline you go to pay attention to. That's why they always say, if all you get, all your information from mainstream media, you know nothing. Just like waiting the apple for the world today. If you don't understand how it started from the 18th century to this point, you have not know what they go on. So please, let's stop questioning our sources before we waste our time talking about it. Because I dare anybody, we are wasting our time on that topic.
So, before I come to comparable facts, we are going to, there's King Popo back. I want to point out that I looked up what Ovie was talking about. It was actually from David himself saying that he was one of the people. This is one of the people that were nominated to share, 12 of them to share $1 million. I haven't read the details whether he accepted it or not, but there's a place where he said he did not accept any money from any international organization. But I would say that, but that doesn't mean the fact that even if there was a grant given to him, that doesn't mean that what he's discovering, if he's demanding for information, that we shouldn't take it seriously because it has implication. Whether it's coming from Ovie or it's coming from whoever, and the person is getting information, credible information, it doesn't matter. So, and that we should care about that as citizens of that country, that our president, hold on, let me finish, that our president, the person running our country, is someone who potentially is compromised. That's the point. So we are not going to say because Ovie got this information and Ovie is being supported by somebody. Let me tell you this, because this is a topic I'm going to bring back David very soon on 90 Minutes Africa. This is a topic that I want to make it clear that we, all of us, understand. The media in Nigeria will have collapsed. You won't have any media in Nigeria today, if not for support by these organizations. I don't know any media in Nigeria. Hold on. I don't know any media in Nigeria today that is not getting a grant from somewhere or that is not owned by somebody getting contract with the government. People are not buying newspapers. The newspapers cannot survive. The TV stations cannot survive based on adverts. It's all over Africa, not just Nigeria, all over Africa, third world country, even the main media in America, even New York Times. So it's very important to know that the fact that New York Times is getting a grant from maybe Ford Foundation, let's say, for example, does not mean that if New York Times is publishing the diary of President Trump, that is not accurate. Okay, we're not going to debate that now. Let's continue with the conversation.
No, it's not debate. It's just
Move on with the next question. There's no point for this.
Hold on.
King Pop, can you wear your shirt, please? Can you put on your shirt?
I wanted to talk to him. King, I know you are. Where are you, King Pop?
Give to the next person. Let the next person go until he's ready.
Okay, King Pop, I wanted to know where you are because you are in a dark place and then you're not wearing shirt. I wanted to talk to you about sitting up and everything. Comparable.
Dr. Amiji, you just made my point.
Okay, Ovie, no, we're not going there. We're not going there. Ovie,
we're not going there, Ovie.
Ovie, reserve that. We don't want to move far away from the topic. But I don't want you to hang in the air what you just said. Ovie, no. Go ahead, comparable facts. Comparable facts.
Good morning, everybody here, and good afternoon in the Eastern Standard Time. Mr. James, it's probably good evening in Gambia. So I greet everybody. I'm only going to talk about this Tinubu issue briefly because I think I agree with some of the people here, like even some guy that tweeted on the scene. I think we're just wasting our time, about this Tinubu record. I mean, is it good to be released? Maybe there's more fact to that. And Tinubu has a reason for not trying to, for fighting against it. It could be more damaging information. But the point is that how is that supposed to help Nigeria? Because even after more fact come out about his drug dealing and some other thing, we know who Tinubu is. He has a dodgy background. Everybody knows him. I mean, his accident is very terrible. But having said that, we should be focused about the present and the future. I mean, look, we don't know what he's doing in France. We don't know how he's finding away Nigerians' wedge in France right now, whether he's well or not. I mean, it can be both. He may have gone there for medical reasons, but he's probably signing our present generation wedge over there. We don't actually know. That's where we should be concentrating. And the next election, not about this Tinubu record. I mean, like I say, we know what the person is. Look at what's happening in Nigeria right now. He's pretty much using Togre, scrutinizing the other party opposition, opposition party from meeting each other, I mean, using the apparatus to subjugate the Nigerian politics right now. That's what we should be concentrating about. Not about Tinubu drug dealing. In my own opinion, it's not going to solve any problem in Nigeria. I mean, the guy is pretty much already cajoled that country. I mean, where can I begin? I think we are wasting our time. I mean, I don't have that much to say in that. In my own opinion, we are wasting our time talking about his record. About what's presently happening in the country should be our main focus.
All right, thank you, comparable facts. Let me just push back and say that it has relevance because there may be some things in the past that are repeating itself. There might be some things that are being covered up by actions of today about things in the past. So you can never rule that out.
Okay, hold on, Dr. Damage. How is that supposed to help us in Nigeria? Because
it will help you
control everything.
Okay, hold on.
We already won the presidency.
It will help you in many ways. So one thing maybe if you come back, maybe
you're arguing with me. Can you tell us how it's going to help us?
I'm just saying that now quickly. Maybe if something comes up, he may decide not to run again. That's one. Hold on.
Is he going to relinquish the position?
Listen to me now. He said I should explain. Maybe that will make him not to run again. Maybe some other people who may want to run who also have bad things in the past. We say, I'm not going to run because that would be an issue. You learn, the country grows by this experiment.
Okay, I understand you. Are you talking about Nigeria? You act like Nigeria is something like a same country.
All
It
right.
doesn't matter. All of them are criminal. It doesn't
Comparable fact.
matter what may be in their background. It's not going to persuade. It's not going to persuade them from not running for the election. I don't know. We just come here. We have a very pendestral ideology that's going to save Nigeria. No, it's not going to.
All right, comparable facts. Let's move on. We are changing topics. We are going to talk about the killing of Charlie Kirk. And let's watch this.
Charlie Kirk, let's listen in. To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith. And we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. We are moving to the second topic, which is the killing of Charlie Kirk. Let's start with Kene, who gave up his time for this topic. Kenny?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. You see, like I was saying earlier, I don't need to revisit what I said, but the truth is, regardless of who the victim is, the loss for human life is something that each and every one of us should feel concerned about. And what is his crime, or what was his crime? Simply debunking what some professors that were sent to school to educate our children, instead of educating our children, they decide to be political. They decide to brainwash our children in school, indoctrinating evil agenda in our children, and they grow up becoming so confused and sometimes wicked. So what this guy was trying to do is to go on the same campuses where these professors abandon their their activities, or what they were meant to do for the student, and decide to be political professors. So he's going to campuses, trying to educate our young children, trying to put them on the right track. I don't see anything bad with that. I'm one of those that actually welcome what he was doing. But when what happened to our president happened, I started being fearful of his security, kind of. And it happened now. It happened. And whom do I question? I question nobody other than the kind of ideology that some of us try to embrace. You know, when you don't have regard for human life, it shows in everything that you do. It shows in your character. It shows in your daily life. It shows in your day-to-day activities. It's only those that don't have regard for unborn child, those that believe that unborn child should be unalive, that will actually pick up arm to unalive their fellow human being. You see how it plays out? It is only those that don't have regards, that can't stand opposition or kind of opposite views, that will take it to violence. And this has been happening, and some of us, we don't really question what is actually going on in this country. We just join the bandwagon and begin to attack people because of their different opinion. Or even on this platform, sometimes like last week or 2 weeks ago, I personally have decided not to be coming up on this show whenever forefather is anchoring, because the kind of attack I receive because of my opposing views. You see the venom coming out from these people. You cannot force me at this age. Nobody can force me to be a liberal. Nobody can force me to be a Democrat. I was a Democrat. I was supporting democratic ideology when I was confused, as most of you are. But at some point, I begin to use my number 6, and I begin to think deep, and I begin to reposition myself. And that was why I decided to port out of that liberal lifestyle, or liberal kind of mindset, and begin to embrace a more humane mindset. So it happened, and you see, when you go on social media, you see these same far left people being excited, being happy for someone being unalive, you know, and you question, is this the kind of people that I will share the same ideology with? You are happy that someone was unalive, and you want me tomorrow to be on the same kind of a group with you, if I must use that. No, it's not possible. I should be thinking like human being. I should be behaving like one, you know, and I should be showing that expression when a life is taken, because nobody deserves to die the way this guy died, and nobody deserves the right to take one's life. And you're talking about gun control. Yes, gun control is, you believe in gun control, and I personally believe in license to carry gun responsibly, because when you take gun out of the people, You can't take it out of the criminals. There is nothing. So you will end up leaving criminals with the gun and the responsible citizens without gun and leaving them helpless. And this is when you see the level of crime going up. But when you allow responsible citizens to carry gun, in such incident, even you don't even need police in some cases. The citizens will treat the criminal before the police arrive because they have their gun. They carry their gun wherever they go. And this is the kind of society I want. The society where if you do me, I do you. God no go vex. But if you have a society where responsible people are being restricted from protecting themselves, while criminals are at will to do whatever they want to do with gun, this is the kind of thing you have. It's so saddening that this Democrat or whatever they call themselves have refused to have human kind of reasoning.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Let's go to Mr. James.
Frankly, I don't know what to say because this is an American affair.
Good.
It's not African.
And I was gonna ask Mr. James, please, can I use your opportunity? You can use mine. I just want to say something, because I'm kind of traveling, but I had to pull over just to make a point. If you don't mind me. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Damage. Is it okay with you too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, other panelists and other kind of other people, especially Ekene. Ekene, sometimes when we talk, can we be reasonable? You are my brother, and I will never trade you in for any other thing. But if you're a QAnon right now, can you please say that you belong to the QAnons? Okay? Now, this person was pied. The person who pied him is also the same people, the same faith. The same faith that pied him.
What do you mean by faith?
And all the first thing, what do you
mean by the same faith?
It's what do you call it? Evangelical. He's an evangelical guy. He's also the same from GOP. Okay? At the end of the day, when this thing happened, you would think that the man up there was gonna bring the country together. The first thing he shouted, "Oh, the radical left," and later on, the person was, the person. Not that they found him. It was actually him turning himself in. Because if left alone, the only thing that it was the CCTV, okay, that they saw, and the person's father is a sheriff. Okay, so when he saw that thing, another kind of a thing, he confronted his son, and from there, the son kind of like confessed another kind of a thing, and also there is a time that he has hinted his the cousin that that guy is coming early, is coming earlier than scheduled, so he's gonna go there and that kind of a thing. So all those things joined together is what it is. But let's look at this person we are talking about, 31 years old. The same 31 years old, when it comes to gun control, when Sandy Hook happened, he said, yes, that's the price of people that will pay for Fourth Amendment. The same person that we're talking about. Ekene, you are an Igbo person, and Igbo says, Ojimma, Ebu, Gananama. So what he supported is what just happened.
So they have the same ideology, and he was fired for having the same ideology.
I did not interrupt you, please.
When you're calling me, you're calling my name, you're calling me into your conversation.
Okay, we don't have to argue. When I finish, you can.
You're inviting me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Kene, my brother. Kene, just give me a minute. Let me learn my thoughts. We are not arguing. We're not arguing. The only thing I ask people to do your research. Do your research. And you will see is that do I support violence? Not at all. By the time you talk about during the what do you call it, during the campaigns and all that kind of a thing, the man who was in the golf course, he was in the court the other day. And that's the same person. They said it's a leftist, so the same person now is that was found out that he's also a Republican. Okay. The thing is, when people do stuff and other people will just want to throw stones at other people to see where it's gonna stick, it's not bringing the country together. It's not bringing the country together. Some people were fired the other day in Minnesota. What did this person say? This one that fired now. What did he say about it? Tech. So at the end of the day, please, guys, please, I'm not gonna say much. Believe what you believe, support who you want to support, but don't come here to throw stones. Please, don't come here to throw stones. That's all I can say for now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Prince Apache. KJ, you're next.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't think it's a day for us to actually have an arguments. I have followed Charlie Kirk for a while. I followed him because of his he's very good in apologetics. Okay, he has a way of being able to make people see the other side of the Bible and the Bible. So based on that, I follow him, and he's a very good debater. He debates very well. And you see, for people who engage in public speaking, you will know that it's not easy to be on your feet and be able to take up any question that anybody asks you from any side. So on that basis, he's a very, very talented, knowing that he's also a school dropout. So it's not like he went to university like some of you. And I will not call him, like I'll borrow the word from Revolution. I will not call him educated. But education is not all that gives you knowledge. Knowledge is what you acquire as you go through life. And that is more depth than any other thing that books may give you. More so that having come to the US, I begin to rethink all I've read, because I found a majority of them are just a concoction of a figment of the imagination of the writers. They're not really true. Okay, having said that, going back to him, I stand in the same place to say life is sacrosanct. Nobody has the right to take anybody's life, whether you believe in his politics or you do not believe in his politics, because you cannot give it. Whatever you cannot give, you should not take. You can insult the man if you like. You can write a memoir of him and publish if you want, but please don't touch his life. Whoever the person is, let it be left to the court. If you feel the person have committed a crime, not worthy for him to live, go to the court. Go file a case and go through the process, and let the court be the ones to judge whether the person have committed the crime you are talking about or not. I do not see him as harmful. Yes, I agree, because when I hear people saying that he said if he wants to board a plane, if they tell the pilot is black, he will ask, oh my God, is he qualified? Yeah, that could be true. Knowing that before now, they say the DEI was for black people, but we found that from record, those of us who care to read, that most people who benefit from the DEI are white people, not the black guys. So for those people who think DEI was meant for black people, they were just imagining things that was not working, that's not true. So, but if he says that, the question I asked somebody today who posted on my Facebook page saying, this is what the guy said. I said, the truth is, do we believe that what he said, that he is more, they are more intelligent than us? No, we don't believe that. We know. We don't even need to argue it. If you tell me that you think you're more intelligent, come and stand with me on debate. I only ask you one question. How many countries are in Africa? How many? Majority of the people roaming around the street and claiming to know don't even know that. So I don't waste my time to go begin to engage in people to tell me whether I'm intelligent or not. I know I'm intelligent. I know the black people are intelligent. I know. I don't have to I don't. It's a low brainer for me. Okay, like I said, you can pride yourself any way you want. I will give you the opportunity to make you feel good, but doesn't mean that you know better than I know. That is it. You know some things. I know some things. Nobody knows everything. So having said that, I also pity for his young children because his children are, they are young. It is somebody's father, this is somebody's
So that
brother, this is
anyone
somebody's
who
child.
isn't a white rabid conservative like him
I'm
on full
sorry.
display.
We're gonna remove. I'm sorry. Okay, KJ, go ahead.
All right. So no matter how we feel about what he has said in the past, I believe that he was contributing. Look, majority of the young people know about him. They follow him. He's one person who is able to cut through the chase to pass, Christian living, decent living. He spoke on many issues, be it LGBT, XYZ and the rest, be it on way to be able to relate to other people, be it on the geopolitics of the world, be it he even spoke about Nigeria. A Nigerian asked him, why is that the Western government do not allow Nigeria or West African countries to be able to enjoy their resources? And I like the way being a white guy, the way he was able to apologize that look, yes, that this is true, but maybe your leaders are also being part of what is going on. He was able to answer that question, very well for me. Because ordinarily, some people will tell this doesn't exist, but he accepted that it does exist and it should be happening. So whether you like it or not, he has been, handled a lot of topics around that many people of his color will probably shy away from. And where he finds it to be right, he says, look, this is right, but it shouldn't be happening. Where he doesn't think to agree with it, he will debate you on it. And I like that, which is what we are trying to introduce here. We don't have to come and fight each other. If somebody says something that you do not like, you debate it. Don't insult him. Don't bring his personality to it. Don't bring his religion to it. Debate on what he has said, the idea he has canvassed. And if you can't make him see the reason why you are not agreeing with him, make him. If not, let him have his idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Revolution now on the killing of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, thank you for another opportunity to air my view. I never knew him so much, but when I heard about his death on BBC, I think I took a very sharp view on him. I wanted to just read a little, who is this guy, everybody. So I read a little bit about him. And to be honest, Dr. Dameji, I think I like people like that. The reason why I say I like people like that, like KJ was making that point there. He's very open. He doesn't close anything they bring to him through questions or through things like confrontation. He don't just say his own point. He let everybody see that, okay, this is where I stand. I respect your view, fine, but this is my view. People like that should be respected. I didn't know about him, but everywhere, I said, who be this guy? I thought he was a big politician, but when I saw his age range, 31, I said, let me read. And people like that, I respect them. They have their views. Maybe their views might not go down well with some kind of group, but his views and how he put his lines about world events, I respect him 100%. And just to end, because my time is approaching to say good night and thank you for this program to everybody, is that Nigeria, for example, people like Shore fall into this group, in my view. Okay, maybe different topic. Shore is fighting for freedom of Nigeria through another way, that we have to confront this our criminal, I call them cult, ruling Nigeria. And they are not doing anything. They just occupy that space claiming to rule Nigeria. And me and you know these guys, they are not doing anything there. They're just destroying the country. And some people will come and be telling you, let them pass Shore to them. If the DSS can't do it, if Tinubu can't do it, they will do it. You see, these are the trouble we are having in Nigeria. So this is how I see this guy's issue. I respect such a man that will come and make his point, defend it, listen to your own view, not telling KJ last weekend, shut that guy down. You shouldn't allow that guy to speak. Shut him down. Off the mic. You know, thank you one more time, Dr. Damages, for the opportunity to speak. And I will go on the background and keep enjoying the program.
All right. Thank you, Revolution, now. And we'll see you next time. Okay, Jagun, your turn. You're muted, Jagun.
Yeah, I said thank you for keeping the order. I thought he was going to mess it up. However, James should have had his turn already. But let me use my time. I know this. I know Mr. Kirk very well. In terms of, when I say very well, I listen to his debates and what he has to say and what he believes he's all about. I first knew him through this lady. What's her name? Sorry, I've forgotten her name. The black lady, quite controversial in her. Candace Owens, who also I find quite confusing for all she says and how she's changed and learned and grown over the years. Sometimes I have to understand and remember how old I am in terms of giving some respect to these young ones who are coming up and being brave enough to stage themselves in such a way that they are bringing points of view and serious topics to the table. Having said that, I did not agree with the guy at all. I did not agree with Mr. Kirk at all. I found him, you know, sometimes when people give themselves these names, Christian, Muslim, whatever, and they believe it's a tag of appreciation, it's why I don't call myself a Christian. I follow the Christian. I believe who Christ is by the Christian modus. But I find it very difficult to call myself a Christian. Very difficult. Because a lot of what this guy used to say and used to, you know, I would like to give condolences to his family. You know, God bless those young children that has been left. To kill someone is disgusting. It was quite shocking what happened to him, to me, but not surprising. Because this is the world that we live in. Words, and you know, people always play with these things. Words are violent. I don't know how to make that make sense. But words and perspectives can bring out violence. And that's exactly what's happened in this case. The amount of times that I've heard, what's his first name? Sorry, I've just forgotten.
Charlie.
The first time. Charlie. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The first time I heard Charlie Kirk and listened to his narrative, I felt that it was a bit too clean, which is to say, and I don't know this, that there's more behind him than meets the eye. I have no proof on this thing, but that's the way it seemed to me. When I look at his debating style, I know perfectly, if you're coming to the table with me, someone like him, I'll break him into a million pieces. Not because it's because I think, maybe it's because I'm older, but maybe it's because I come from a spiritual background in terms of how I look at the world. But that spiritual background tells me the truth. And it tells me the truth about words. And it tells me the truth about insults. And it tells me the truth about how far language takes you before it breaks down into actual physical violence. Because we can have the intellectual violence, if you want to call it that. He now, after pronouncing that he doesn't mind how many people may die, to put it in my words, this is not exactly how he would put it. How many people may be sacrificed due to gun crime. But it's that important for us to hold guns. And then he went on to say, you know, for the fact that so many people die from gun crimes is a fair penalty to pay. And I look at this and then see what happens to him. See, look at this. Look at that. These are your words. Your words happened to you. I find some of these things that he has said to be so ironic because they were almost repeated in his own life. Men, we have to understand that we are already at war, to be honest. I believe that we have to understand that we are already at war, which should tamper the way that we pronounce things. I'm not saying that anyone should be confident, because me, I'm extremely confident, and I'll say what I want to say. Nobody's gonna gag me. I will not be gagged. However, it doesn't mean I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not careful in what I'm saying. I don't believe I would like this to go on for another round, as my time is now finishing. I've got a few more things to say. I don't believe you can stand up in America, point the finger at everybody apart from yourself. If you do that, I believe you're just talking rubbish. You're being biased. You're being unfair. I don't know what's going on with the Palestinians right now that you can be confused as to the killing of those people. Not killing, the genociding of those people. You can't be confused. I'm afraid it doesn't matter what the news is telling you, BBC, CNN, any one of those rubbish channels. Doesn't matter. What matters is as you see the news and you look at it and you see what Israel and America and Britain and all these other countries in the West backing the Israelis to massacre, to tear apart the civilization of the Palestinians. It's the most crass thing ever. I mean, I'll give it up, but I'll say that whilst I can say this, whilst I'm sorry for his death, if you like, I understand the world we're living in. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagon. Before I call the next person, I want to play this small clip
of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
There you go.
And I want to show this warning from the State Department saying that immigrants who mock or praise or depending on what they say, the death of Charlie on social media could lead to reviving or reviewing their legal status or having their visas blocked. I would like to give everybody a chance to weigh in on this before I ask pointed questions. Questions like, when Charlie was talking about the Second Amendment right as a way to protect other rights, how are they doing it in Europe? Is everywhere in the world doing the same thing? Do they all have guns and allow killings of kids in school just to protect some other rights? Is there no other alternative? Typically, when these things happen, Americans, Republicans essentially will say we can't discuss gun violence right now because, somebody just died, or we should wait, and then another one will happen, we should wait, But at a point, I think the country will have to confront some of these conversations. So I will reduce the time so that we can get everybody their view before we now get some direct questions. I don't want to interrupt people. I don't want to question people when they are airing their view, especially the first time. Hopefully we'll have the time to get to pointed questions. I wanted to ask KJ, for instance, are there things that Charlie was saying that you are concerned about, that you have issues with, or someone like Kene, were there things that he said that you were concerned about? But let everybody weigh in on their take. So the next person will be Sully, you're next. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Are we speaking on Charlie Kirk or just?
Yeah, Charlie.
Oh, okay. So racism is not an opinion. He was not doing debates. He was not sharing his idea or perspective. It was a movement based on lies. If this young white boy that took him out was able to identify that this guy was lying, and the lies infuriated him so much that he took action, and we see people that are Nigerians are the highest amount of black people, the only black people that are supporting this guy, Nigerians are the only ones, and we can see what age group it is, and that explains a lot why Nigeria got to this level, you know. So Nigerians cannot empathize with Fulani people. They cannot empathize with another tribe. They cannot empathize with Tinubu supporters, but they are empathizing with a white racist. I can never feel safe around a black person that supports a white racist. Even if the person is smart, he hated you just because your skin color has melanin. Does that sound like somebody that is sane? But no, let's support him because he says some things that are smart and correct sometimes. And when he's talking about your race, he lies, goes to every event and lies about your race every single time. Just because he knows his followers don't check facts. You say that you know the facts. Do his followers know the facts? His followers don't know the facts. His followers believe anything he says. When you enter shop and they are looking at you, no, people are not born racist. They are taught to be racist. They are radicalized to be racist. When they follow you up and down the store, do you think when they were born, they naturally wanted to follow you around the store? Somebody taught them. Meanwhile, when you look at the stats, it is white people that commit crime up and down. He said 13% commits over 50% of the crime. That is a lie. Majority of the people that commit crimes are black people, are white people. So that means he doesn't care about white people, because he's lying to white people that black people are more dangerous to them, which is a lie. The greatest terror to a white man is another white man.
I've seen.
So he hates his followers because he's lying to his followers. White men are safer around black people. And after a while, he started believing his own lie. He now gathered around himself with more danger in the whitest states around a school. And they asked him, this guy is so racist. They asked him about school shooting. He changed the topic to gun violence, and that's when he was clipped. The irony, he was shot in a school shooting that he tried to downplay because it's white people that commit that crime, and tried to move it to what black people commit, breeding fear into his followers. This is a movement, not an idea opinion. This guy helped Trump to get into office. He has political affiliations. They brought down the mask for him. In that same city that he got shot, there was a school shooting. But the president did not talk about it. This is who you are supporting. This man said did not support the civil rights movement. Some of the reason why you are even able to step foot in that America is because of the civil rights movement. It's a product of that. This guy said it was a mistake, and he was speaking to a black child, and the black child told him that without it, I will not be here. He said, exactly. Isn't that somebody's child? You are now telling me the man's child. Which kind of, when other people's children are being unalived in school, that he called their crime a sacrifice necessary so that he can carry gun. Those people, they do not have family. They don't have family. This is who you are supporting. This is who you are supporting. When all those people are crying, they don't have family. Well done. And you are always coming here confused why Nigeria got up to this level. Confused. We know why, but we don't want to talk out of respect. You know, creating fear-mongering, creating an unsafe space for white people. Look at the last shootings. Who shot Trump? He was right-leaning, a white Christian. But they will not tell people about that. They are trying to whitewash him. Some people are even comparing him to Jesus Christ. They are insulting Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and comparing him to him. They are trying to whitewash him, and Nigerians are helping them. Nigerians are helping them. Nigerians are helping. Like, God. Anyway, sir. So, if they actually followed real stats, right? These kind of things will not happen again, because the people committing majority of the crime, they will be able to address it. But when they focus on you, they are letting more white criminals go. And those white criminals are becoming more and more dangerous. And who are they harming the most? White men. And sometimes you. One black guy in a bus unalived one Ukrainian girl. They put it all over the news. That same week, one white guy unalived 3 black girls for no reason. Nobody spoke a word about it. This guy went on interview. Everywhere he goes, he says that black women are taking white men's job. He said it like that. He said they don't have the mental capacity for it. and they are there because of DEI, which is a lie. Majority of the people benefiting from DEI are white women. So why is he going and is telling everybody that it is black women that is benefiting the most from DEI, taking white men job? If I am a young, impressionable white male that does not have a job, you know who will come to my mind? You know who will come to my mind when I'm jobless? I will start hating black women because Charlie Kirk told me that they are the ones taking my job. These racists are not born racists. People like Charlie Kirk, their God and Savior, is the one that makes them hate you. But you support him because he said some smart things. That's how he use people in. He has to say some smart things. Once he has brought you in, then he will not reveal who he is. And you cannot escape the court again. I support him. He said some smart things. He doesn't even want you in your country. That guy, the next step was to go into politics and kick your ass out of that country, and you will support him all the way back to Nigeria. You said, thank God, Charlie Kirk, you are making your country safe. Send us home. Because he's a Christian. What he's preaching are those Christian values. If Jesus came down to earth, you will deport Jesus after beating him for pretending to be, you say he's pretending to be Jesus. These people are comparing him to the Jesus that you worship, and you are not concerned. The governor came out and said that he was praying for 33 hours, that it should not be one of them. Who was he expecting it to be? You. He was expecting it to be you. He prayed 33 hours that it would be you that shot him. Meanwhile, if you follow the statistics, it was bound to be a white male. He ignored the statistics and was following and was saying he wants to point it at you. I support him. And we are wondering how Nigeria got here. I don't believe in this generation. It's the next generation. I can't even waste my time with Nigerian politics until this whole generation goes. Sorry to say. Everything radicalizes your generation. Everything. And it's always to satisfy emotion. That's what used to pain me the most. It is to satisfy emotion, not for any greater goal, just to feel good. The people that are supporting him will never listen to a Nigerian youth that did not graduate, but they are supporting illiterates. They are supporting illiterates just because he's white.
All right, thank you so much, Sully. I will go to
hours.
Before
I was at one point, Rudolph, I thought you were going to give 1 hour.
No. That if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for.
All right. What were you saying, KJ? I missed that.
Yeah, I thought you were going to give him 1 hour to speak because he spoke for so long, more than any other person has spoken.
Yeah, no, he represents, sometimes.
I don't support.
Hold on, guys.
I just want to end this with this. I don't support his crying.
No, Sully,
I don't support it.
You are done. We're done with you.
Yeah.
So sometimes I make decisions, and some of the decisions I make, I always consider him representing a younger generation, and when he's speaking, I want to hear that. And there are not many of them here. We want to encourage. It's like if a woman comes here, I want to encourage more women to come, and so that we can hear multiple voices. All right.
Don't mind KJ. It's only because his name was called that it become bitter. Mind it.
Colonel,
what's wrong with you, Mr. Jagun? What's wrong with you?
I'm just telling the truth, bro.
That's the opinion, and I said here, people have the right to have their opinion.
Yeah.
You cannot stop me from having mine. That's his opinion.
KJ,
is he the one? Is he running the world?
KJ, thank you. All right, Colonel Master, go ahead.
Okay, how you doing, Rudolph?
Good.
I don't see why we're trying to whitewash Charlie Kirk right now. It's either, from what I'm seeing, most people on here did not know about him, no matter how they trying to, in their own little way, bamboozle some of us that they do. Maybe to the extent of maybe Sully, he probably did have some insights into the person of Charlie Kirk. Having said that, I do not support extrajudicial actions against a person just because you do not support or go in the same way of their views. But Charlie Kirk was a very despicable human being. He was a liar, he was divisive, and he was as horrible as they come. If Charlie Kirk was to save a drowning pig or any of the black people on here and they were stuck in the Rio Grande, Charlie Kirk will jump in, no clothes, and save that pig. If Charlie Kirk had an F-150 and he seen KJ or Kenny being dragged behind it, he would have asked them what crimes they committed. He would have no pity for them. That was who Charlie Kirk was. So you coming on here, not anybody specifically, but I'm saying people that have come on here to defend him, or even black people in general, you probably did not know who he is. And if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, and you think you have the right to to defend such a terrible excuse of a human being, then you don't. Maybe you need to go check out who De Fuentes is, and go check out Shapiro. Those people are in the same league as the Rush Limbaughs, which I think you would know, Rudolph. Rush Limbaugh, Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, and the likes of those people. In fact, those people are kindergarten in terms of extremism compared to what we have today. Charlie was the mouthpiece of Israel. And in the last 6 months, him along with Candace Owen, Ian Carroll, and Sean Peters, people like that have been deviating and spewing more ultra-nationalist American rhetoric. And Israel was not happy with that. It is very obvious. He was on the payroll of Israel. He was being sponsored by 2 Israeli billionaires. This is how he became popular and became financially solvent with his TUSA, his movement, the talking point. So coming on here and trying to pretend to us that Charlie was this great debater. No, Charlie wasn't. Charlie wasn't a great debater. Neither was he tolerant. Charlie would cut you off, spew lies, cut off your mic. He had no time. How could you debate with Charlie Kirk when you had to debate against lies and non-facts? Charlie came on not too long ago, told us Ketanji Brown only got to become Supreme Court Justice because of DEI. We've mentioned several times here his opinions on black pilots. Solid has talked about how he falsely claimed that black people, that we make up only 13% of the population of this country, were responsible for over 50% of the crime. And you have someone in the comment saying, well, go for per capita. Well, it's per capita, by the way, not per capita. So you have people on here not even understanding what they're talking about, but they listen to white racist rhetoric and they spew it like coons. Charlie Kirk was not a good person. It is sad that the society is becoming desensitized to violence. It is sad the kind of world we live in, but let us follow what Charlie preached. Charlie preached non-empathy. He did not believe in empathy. He believed empathy was a weakness. So let's go with that and let's honor his last words. He believed it was okay for over 500,000 Palestinian kids and women to die, to be bombed, to be exterminated, their lineage erased from the world. And everybody on here wants to come on now and pay condolence. I feel bad for his wife. Well, there are people, at least he has his lineage still running. There are lineages in Palestine today that have been erased at the support of people like Charlie Kirk. The first person to come on line, immediately Charlie died before anybody had an idea who shot him, was Benjamin Netanyahu. And Benjamin Netanyahu right away started blaming Islamists, blaming the Muslims, blaming the foreign government, alluding that it was Iran, hoping that that will help the United States. September 11th is the next day. Let's take our kids, us, our children, let's go fight a war for Israel again. So spare me the whole, you don't laugh at people, fine. We won't do that on here. But let's not whitewash and pretend that Charlie Kirk was a good human being. He was a terrible excuse of a human being.
All right, thank you, Colonial Master. We have more people joining us. We have to greatly cut down the time because I really want to get pointed questions to people and not just I value your opinion and I want everybody to have that chance. So Ovie, 4 minutes.
Doctor, my lawyers will be reaching out to you.
Yeah, I have my own. I have my own. They will talk to my own people.
Okay, there is a natural mystic blowing through the air. If you listen carefully now, you will hear. This could be.
Listen carefully, you will hear it.
This could be the first trumpet.
Yes, sir.
Might as well be the last.
Yes, sir.
Many more we have to suffer.
Oh, yes,
many more we have to die.
Yes,
Don't ask for one. Dr. Dameji.
You are reporting. You are reporting.
Now, I said that so. I made that quote of Bob Marley for a reason. Now, let me take it from two angles here. One, Charlie Kirk as a person, I don't know. I've never met him. I was hoping to meet one of the biggest because I plan to attend one of the events. As somebody who is curious about how power works, it's my duty to study any movement, any structure. It doesn't matter whether it's there, how big it is, whatever it's focused on. So I am a student of Turning Point America. I actually opened a YouTube channel, Turning Point Nigeria, a couple of months ago, just because of that, because I was intrigued how they build their structure. And I actually quote the guy here every time when I want to talk to obedience, that there is a plan out there, just like to quote Dr. Dameji, there is already template out there that is working. I always emphasize on campus to campus, what are the obedience doing? There's a template out there. It is so effective, that and the printing strategy. It was so effective that, in fact, among the MAGA house or the Republican, outside Donald Trump, the only other person where they bring people, especially the young people, one-on-one like this organically, is that guy. So it's a general within the MAGA movement. So I admire how they structure their work in that organically, one-on-one. I talked about it every day. If you actually meet, any leader actually meet to change Nigeria, to disrupt the structure, you have to go and meet those illiterate, those poor people, and engage them one-on-one. Anytime I make that point, I was referring to Charlie Kirk of what he's doing with that movement. But it is what it is. The assassination, to me, it is not a coincidence that the assassination happened pretty much the same time that there was a regime change in Nepal. To me, it's not a coincidence. So the question that I started asking myself ever since then was three things. Who is next? Where? And when? Because it still boils down to what we try to talk earlier on about Tinubu. If you don't follow the rule-based world order, that's what is going to happen to you. One of those two. Go back to his 60s. Luther King, X, Kennedy, Lumumba, they are all in the 60s within 10 years. 1960 to 1969. All of them. Why? That's nothing to do with Republican, Democrat. No. There's other force that is at play that center around economy, which is what I tried to say earlier on. How is the world going to govern? So the question you should ask yourself is not about what the guy they talk or whatever. How important is he to that movement? He is a general. So taking him out, there's a reason why. Changing regime, there's a reason why. So everyone has to pay attention to what is going on. That's why I diverse it. Why it is deeper than what we are saying. It's all about how the world is going to move on from now on. So that's why I say, who is next, where, or when? Your country is not excluded. No country is excluded, and nobody is at this point. So it all depends on the role you are playing, how you are playing it, and how effective it is. So that's why I quote Bob Marley. Many more will still die. Many more will have to suffer. Don't ask me why. I don't know. It's unfolding before our own very eye. So the idea, that's why I say, looking at Tinubu, it's not just about him. All every other leaders in our country, if you go against that, that is your fate. You're either going to be assassinated or you will be taken out of power. So it is pretty coincident that those things happening. So we should pay more attention than just individual. There's a broader force. It is not about Republican or Democrat. It is deeper than that. And as we go on, I'll either be proved wrong or proved right.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Just before I go to comparable facts, let me mention that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Prophet Issa El Buba joining us. Most of you may not know him, but he's been outspoken about the situation of the country. He's going to join us at 90 Minutes Africa tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time. If you can join us, that would be wonderful. All right, let's go to comparable facts. Welcome back.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to come on a broader, perspective. I'm going to make it very simple. It is inaccurate to put blame on one party, Democrat or Republican. Both parties has a voice, being engaged in a harsh rhetoric. So let's call it what it is. It's not just one party. Sometimes the rhetoric is being picked up by some individual that become radicalized, and they may not belong to any particular party, and because they become radicalized, they take it to a different level. I mean, there have been what I consider to be a public discourse, polarizing, misinformation, and extreme ideology from both parties. That's undisputable. They have contributed to the political violence that we have as of today in America. And this go way, way, way back. Where do you want me to begin? Mark Kelly, I think, gave for the wife that was shot in Arizona about a decade ago or some time ago. We know about that, and she was able to survive it. A Republican person, Steve Scalise, was shot in a baseball game. We know about that. Nancy Pelosi husband was almost killed. And of course, our president, was shot, was almost assassinated, twice. 2 attempts was made on him. Look at what happened in Minnesota a couple of months ago. I mean, the husband and the wife, of Democrat representative, both of them was murdered, and some attempt was made to rob them. So what I'm trying to say is chanting for both parties. So anybody that's going to come here and blame any party, you are wrong in that. You need to put this in perspective.
Who's done that? Who has blamed anyone?
The president in where we are talking about right now, Charlie Kirk. I've not really followed him because I know he has a different ideology. He's very, I don't really follow him. But my condolence to his family, Excuse me. I mean, you see some of the report, you see some Kenny or whatever, somebody that came here and blaming, a different party. You was there, you listen to him, which is inaccurate. So that's why I attempt to enumerate, follow step by step, about what transpired before where we are right now. And the rhetoric hasn't stopped. So it's not just one party. So that's the point I'm trying to make, if you understand my point. But having said that, let me speak about this guy that I don't really follow him that much. Like I like people with different ideology, but we have to be very civil. So, I mean, I watch every channel, Force or whatever. Even I thought I disagree with some, even I watch MSNBC. They may be a little bit more liberal. I don't really care. I like to have different opinion. But this guy, like everybody was saying, I'm not really. I think it was the colonial master that said something about what he has been doing. I mean, I listened to him. I think there was a debate that he had like about a month ago with a young guy from British. I listened to that one. I mean, I thought that was very interesting. So, but the point I'm trying to make, did he promote violence? I can't really say. The few that I watched, I didn't see him promoting it. I didn't see him promote any violence. So there's nothing amount for the assassination of any human being or the fire of any human being, regardless of your political ideology. It shouldn't have come to that. That's where we are right now. I mean, we can have a discourse, disagree with each other without going to such extreme. So where is that going to stop? When some people come or some of the politicians, instead of coming here to, instead of calming the temperature down, they went haywire, try to polarize the whole thing. Look at the governor of Utah, the way he spoke. That's what we instead of a good statement, not to put more fuel into the fire. This is where it's not good for the country. And I don't see it stopping anywhere because each party is just going to their own echo chamber, making things work the way it is. I don't know where we're going to go from here. I mean, I think it might get worse before it get better. I mean, that's the way I see things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Comparable facts. Let's go to Dexter. Dexter, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Dexter.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dan.
You're muted again. You're muted again. It's not from this end, it's from your end.
He's muted, actually. Dexter is muted.
I cannot mute you. Dexter is from your end. I cannot mute you. All right, maybe we can go to Ike. After Ike, you can come back. I'm not sure what's happening at the end. Ike, welcome to the show.
Hey, my brother. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening, everybody. Happy to be back again today, and happy to see everybody. What are we talking about? The guy that was, I wasn't been following, but I'm talking about the guy that was killed in America, right?
Yes.
First of all, let me start like this. I never cared about what anybody does, but as long as somebody has to stand up and take somebody's life, the life that you cannot give to anybody, it doesn't matter what it is. It's not what I want. People should not take life that you cannot give, and that's the area So my sympathy to the family, to the wife and the kids. No matter the disagreement we're supposed to have as human beings, I don't think it should lead for us to take someone's life. Because when you take somebody's life, you didn't just take the life of that person, but you take a life of so many people, family, friends, dependents, people who are looking up to somebody. So on that, I never supported somebody taking somebody's life. But also, another thing I want to say is that like Ovie said, are we just surprised at what is going on? Your president, where you live in America, said that he's going to stand on Washington Avenue and he's going to shoot somebody and nothing is going to happen. So what didn't he say that? Was it a conspiracy theory? That's what he said. And he has been saying so many things before now about Obama, the black people, the Latinos. He has said so many things. He lighted the fire that is burning in America. I'm not excluding the Democrats also, but I think that we should not go too far to look for why these things are happening. That's what your president said. He will stand in the Washington Avenue and shoot somebody and nothing is going to happen. So he has lived his life in conspiracy theories. Fake news has become real news and people has believed it. And that's why that's why the world is where they are today. So I'm sorry that it is what it is in America or every other country. It's happening everywhere. Because when the foundation is faulty, that's the reflection of a faulty foundation. And so if you want to start, you have to start from the scratch to heal and to see how the way forward, that we can always agree to disagree, but let it not lead to the point of killing somebody or taking someone's life. So this is not the end. It's not going to stop tomorrow, because in America or in America, everybody is free to carry gun. With your gun, you can shoot anybody anytime you want. So for me, I think that it's not the best thing to take his life, because the disagreement we have is the same thing that we have when you compare what is going on in your country, Nigeria. The man at the helm of affairs said, snatch it, grab it, and run with it. And that's where we are as a country. So you cannot be going too far to look for the problem of your country. It's the same thing. So which means that words have power. the voice of every man is powerful, because you might see yourself as little as you think you are. Your voice is, you are leading a lot of people. A lot of people are listening to you, which you might not know even when before you die. But for you to understand that your voice is very powerful, and that's why we are supposed to chew every word that we say in public, because you're not just talking to us here in this platform, but you're talking to people listening to us around the world. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Dexter, your connection is not very good, but let's try again.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Nice topic. Thank you, everybody. I think, what is his name? Oh, this guy, the guy that spoke before Ike, he's a man of prestige.
Yes.
I think he literally, on this Charlie Kirk's issue, you understand, he literally said what's on my mind. You know, first of all, someone has lost his life. Or it's kind of sad when you have people like, someone just lost his life. What is it? Because somebody's airing his opinions that maybe you don't like, and then he loses his life, and then he starts spilling all kinds of narratives. And the problem I have with that is that it doesn't solve any problem. You know, if whatever Charlie Kirk's dead, what is the solution? Now, for those of us here who are going to forever hate on people of different colors with us and see them as racist, the question I ask to them is, what have you done so that you can have a place that other people want to come to? Like I've said, look, if at the end of the day, everything that you do is still, it's just like you go to another man's house to eat. After you finish eating the food, you say, oh, but I worked here, I did this, but it's the man's house. You have your own house. If you can't make that resource available in your own house, but you want to stay in the man's house, and then one day the man is still going to, and to the fact that you have your own house that is very rich and very wealthy, but you say, oh, but they are stealing things from my house and bringing it here, and then we start spinning all these narratives. First of all, we're not finding any solution. Because what we should be talking about is, what is the solution? What is the way forward? Somebody just lost his life. What can we do? What should we do? What should we do so that people would not go and kill somebody because of, let's say, having a debate and having a different opinion of you? That's what we should be thinking about. I think that's if anybody that wants to claim to be progressive, that's what you should be thinking about. Why should somebody having a debate with you and the person is saying something, okay, you feel that's not right, then the person is killed and somebody is just trying to create justification and saying, oh, people that are feeling sympathy for him, you are this, you are that. No. That just shows that it's completely different levels of that. There's no solution. And if at the end of the day of every argument, there is no solution, it was a useless argument. If at the end of the day of anybody can state a problem, but until at the end of it, we can say, this is what we think is the way forward. This is the way to progress. Because I think people that have different opinions from Charlie Kirk, there's nothing that stops them from going to hold their own debates. There's nothing that stops them from saying, okay, we think that what this guy is saying is not true. We are going to set up our own tents. We're going to educate the people. Well, what stops you from doing that? And if the man actually is able to have a superior argument over you, then go and do some hard work and bring up your own superior arguments. It's simple. People have their ears and have their brains in between their ears. If you are making sense, they'll listen to you. So I think that's what we should be thinking about, and not to spill things of, oh, it should be this man and start bringing racist issues. Yeah, that's what I think. I think we should think about solutions. And I agree with what Ovie said. Ovie made a very important point, that what Charlie Kirk is doing is actually a model that in Nigeria, if you actually want, and it's not just, let us not say it's for the politicians, it's for people like you, Dr. Damages, it's for people like you, Ovie, it's for people like me, to start doing such things, going to universities and educating those youths on why they should vote and why they should defend their vote and why they should make sure that it's the polling youth. Look, picture this in your mind. You set up a conference in just 2 universities in every state in Nigeria, and you make all those students understand an open session why every place they are, when they vote, the polling unit results must count. Just imagine it. every institution has a minimum of 10,000 students. So you just do 20,000. My God, do you know it will be difficult for any politician to rig an election? It will be very difficult because that's the youth. They would literally not allow it. And I think that is one of the solutions we should take, what Ovie said. And it's not for the politicians, Ovie, to expand on your point. We should not leave it for the politicians. Charlie Kirk is not a politician. You know that. It's people like us now that want the better Nigeria that should now go back to our constituencies, organize forums, and educate the people. Educate the illiterates, like you said, Ovie. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you. I think I have only Bumi.
Yes. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
you a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats have to own it too. But I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this.
All right, let's hear from Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show. I can't find Bumi. Oh, okay. All right, Bumi, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I guess I'm just going to stop from where the video ended. It's very clear that when she spoke, there was no form of information about the shooter. And you can see most politicians, they just like to talk with no information. Turns out the man who shot him was not a left wing, he was actually a right wing conservative from a religious background, you know. So it's very clear when you hear all these politicians talk about things, they don't really care about the individual. It's all about how that affects, or how can we take advantage of that, and how can we use that for our political movement. It's just them playing each other. But one of my most important aspect of observing this whole Charlie Kirk thing is the fact that a lot of people are saying, oh, it's so sad that he died, and how can we solve this? The question is, how did the man die? It's not that someone came with some magical powers to kill him. He died from a gun. So the solution is to reform your gun laws. It's so clear. But the same man that we're talking about was the same person advocating that some people have to die for us to keep our Fourth Amendment. So it's like, it's contradicting each other. It's like, are you doing what he's saying, or are you doing what are we saying? Because you're saying it's sad. Yes, it is sad that he died. But the only way to stop other people from dying is to access how did he even die in the first place? And how can you stop that? But if you listen to the politicians, no one is talking about that. It's all about, oh, this person did this. No one is trying to find a solution. It's like they just want to argue. They just want to get people's blood boiling for absolutely no reason. No reason. And people keep on talking about, oh, he's a father. Well, guess what? That same day, children died. What about those children? Aren't they people's children too? And the fact that the media is not talking about this. And this is, oh, we're basing things on religion. Isn't this the same religion? From my little reading of the Bible, aren't children God's gift? How have we ignored God's gifts so much that it's not part of the main topic? No one is actually saying anything about a school shooting that happened. How did those kids die again? Gone. But guess what? No one cares about that because those kids were not right wing or left wing. They were children. Everyone is just going based on political this. How can I point it to the left? How can I point it to the right? at some point, I feel like some people, we need to understand when people are playing us. They don't care about life. It's how to take advantage of people's life. And I think one of the things that's actually even stronger is the fact that I think people let things go because of religion. The reason why people are talking about this guy is because he says he's Christian. If he was Muslim, that's another conversation. I think it's very sad that people lie behind Christianity, but it's all jokes. The same Christianity talks about children. No one has mentioned children. No moment of silence for the children that died the same day. How come there was no press conference from the president? But he talked about a man. Why? Because the man lined well with his political beliefs, affiliation. Those kids, religious, based on our religion, based on the fact that, oh, no abortion, because Charlie also talked about protecting our children. No one are talking about them. And he was talking in a campus with children. Well, they were young adults. And he basically told them that children should actually watch live hangings, or I don't know, how did he say it? But
He advocated for live execution, which he did. He was the number one example.
And he said that children should actually watch it. I'm sorry, what did we watch? The same thing he advocated was what we watched, but then you want us to just like, oh, how do we solve this? Like, you get what you want. This is literally karma. I am not advocating for anyone to die, but like, we should be honest and be realistic about these things. This is not Democrats or Republicans. This is just clear. It's literally in our eyes. We can't be pointing fingers when people are just dying for no bloody reason. There's no reason why he should die. But the only reason why people are pointing is because it makes sense for your political affiliation. That's it. There's the same man that advocated for gun violence, for the protection of guns. How did he get killed? Gun. So wait, it's okay when other people die to protect their gun rights, but it's not okay when he dies. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
All right, Bumi, thank you so much. I really want to get to pointed questions. We are running out of time. I hope that we can get around that 20-30 minutes before the next stream.
Just before you do, Dr. Damages, I beg your pardon, but I remember sending you a video, because the reason why I sent you that video to your WhatsApp was because I saw your kind of small expose or take on, it was quite solemn actually, on Charlie Kirk's shooting. And I was listening to you and I was wondering whether or not you knew who he was. So I sent that clip to you. Now, I'm just wondering what your reason is on all of this. I would like to know, sir.
Yeah, I'll get to that. Let me just hear from Anne Lechuku and then...
Most of the brothers have said the things I wanted to say, including my sister Bumi, who just came in and said something very fundamental. Now, I'll suggest that everybody should watch the presentation Bernie Sanders made maybe yesterday or today. That summarizes a whole lot to me. Now, I don't follow the young man. It was just until he got, I just saw the violence on him, that got me interested. And I saw a couple of things that I saw. His ideology, I don't agree with a lot of it, and I agree with some of it as well. It's just like our President Trump. I don't agree with everything he does, and there are some of the things he's doing that I like about. You see, we all have choices to what we do. At the end of the day, what we should ask ourselves is, what do we want for our society? What kind of life do you want our children to live? Now, some of the times I live in a Republican state. I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I'm only a conscious citizen. Now, the thing is, what is the purpose of a gun? At the end of the day, self-defense, that's the max, that's the usual defense everybody propounds, self-defense, so that nobody will get it. How about this? How about the security system that the country has? Why don't you make it more effective? Why don't you have better controls over there? We really need to mind what we say and what we propose to the people who listen to us. It's not that we have the right to say it, that we must say it. But when we say what we say, we should be able to be conscious of the implications of what we say. Those who are saying Republicans and Democrats, the Democrats are to be blamed. Okay, what is the ideology of the Democrats? What is the ideology of the Republicans? If anybody who understands or studied American history will understand that these ideologies change. What the Democrats believe today was what the Republicans believed years ago. It just changed. It just changed. So, ideological difference. What are the ideologies of the Republican Party? What are the ideologies of the Democratic? It's only about certain issues when they come up. Then you align yourself based on the line, the thought process that you choose to identify with. It's not about the Republican here, neither is it about the Democrats. But Republicans are quick to blame the Democrats for a crime the Democrats do not commit. And the Democrats are quick to blame the Republicans for the crimes that not the Republicans didn't commit. The young man in question who shot a 31-year-old young man, is a Republican, parents Republican, every ideology Republican. So why did he shoot him? Because he has a gun. Why can't that potent force, that potent instrument that is used to cut people's lives short, be taken out? That's a question. Beside hunting, I don't see any good use of the gun, and the military people using it, and the state forces. What's the gun doing in the hands of the people? Your Fourth Amendment, or whatever amendment you call it out, in the guise of giving a good reason not to do what is right. If the young man who shot this 31-year-old young man doesn't have a gun, you wouldn't do that. It's just because he has a gun. And if you check his profile, he is an A+ student. No criminal background, no criminal record. Very intelligent young man. Now we have taken two sound people out of the society. Why? Because there is a gun. Now, the governor of Utah is proposing, including President Trump, is proposing death penalty on him. So we're now going to have two intelligent people out of our society. What's the cause? Your opinion. You have a right to your opinion. I have a right to my opinion. But my opinion should not be that should encourage violence, or that will affect, or cause violence on the society. So let's be mindful of what we say. Even in this space, for example, that we have, let's be mindful of what we make people. And let's not be telling half-truths, because that's sometimes what happens. You say what you think you know from one perspective that you don't really know so much about. So it's not about the Democrats, neither is it about the Republican. I rest my case.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Everybody had a chance. Thank you so much. Mr. James, you have a question, you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask, this man's death, can't it be looked at as a case of occupational hazard?
It's a political assassination.
No, please, just one person should kindly answer me. Can't this case be looked at as a case of, what's it called?
Occupational hazard.
Occupational hazard.
Yes.
Can I attempt? Let me attempt this. Mr. James, you asked a very good question. And I think for those people who stand up for the left or the right and are trying to gain audience from the masses to, masculinity, as to taking your authority, as to being able to hold your own opinion, as to research and understanding of what's going on in global politics. For those people in the internet space, especially, that are in this line of work, if you like, all of them, who you may or may not know, I've heard from my memory from names today is gone. So many people in this avenue are speaking in this vein are now, because they too are quite inflammatory in terms of what they have to say, or at least divisive, controversial. They have all spoken that, boy, maybe it's next. So you are right in looking at it that who's next, basically, in this kind of crime. And there are many candidates as to who can be next, is what I would say.
Is it occupational hazard?
No, Mr.
I would agree.
I would say yes, because it's a political assassination. At least that's how they are framing it.
It's not a
So if it's a political
It's
assassination,
not a
that means
political
I won't go that far. I won't go that far.
It's not a,
No, it's not a political assassination.
I'm not the one saying that's how they are framing
Mr.
it.
James, this is not the
No.
first time. Mr. James,
No.
this is not the first time.
All right,
America
if
has
it's a
killed
political
a-
assassination.
this is
So
not
hold
the
on,
first time
one
America
after the
has-
other, please.
This is not the first time America has killed a popular individual. Yes, you're right. It is a part of the game. It is an occupational hazard. They've tried to kill Reagan. They've tried to kill Melissa Hartman, and her husband Mark got killed the other day. Hoffman also got killed. Another Democrat from Minnesota. Rappers get killed every day. These are popular figures, no matter how you want to frame them to the world or denigrate them. Not you personally, but you are in a public space in a country where guns are by rule essential to the survivability of the nation. Yes, this is a chance you're willing to take. And if you take that chance, you have your security, you wear Kevlar vests. Maybe now they have to invent turtleneck, bulletproof vests. I don't know. But you put yourself in that position and you are divisive. A bullet comes towards you, towards your neck or your larynx. It is something you have to deal with. It is part of the game.
All right, thank you. Let me, we are going to borrow 30 minutes or 20 minutes from the next stream so that we can round this up, not just about people's opinion. The ladies show, which is now called What is Your Opinion, won't be on today, so we have a little bit.
Fantastic. Sorry.
We'll have a little bit of flexibility, but let me just say this, and I want to ask questions. So the first question I have is for those who watched Bernie Sanders' reaction and that of President Trump. I want to know, just from one person, anybody who watched it too, I played them here, I don't want to repeat that. What do you make of the different tones? Somebody asked about my opinion, I'll get to that later. Anybody who watched it too?
Yes.
Bernie Sanders,
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders is clearly a nationalist and a moderator. If you listen to his speech properly, that's the tone to which we all, should look at this. Now, as he said, he doesn't like most of the thing the young man said stood for while he was here. But one thing is, he's here against all. He's against the violence. Like James was saying, it might be likened to occupational hazard in the sense that this is what politicians are faced to, based on the prevailing realities and circumstances that are going on at the moment. Hate speeches going on. It's not a political assassination because the young man's family are Republican, as the guy that was taken out was a Republican. So if it is a political assassination, then it will have been that a Democrat or somebody from the other section of the pond of the political system, committed the offense or the crime. But in this case, it might be likened to occupational hazard in the sense that This is the exposure politicians are faced globally.
Dr. Meji,
That's exactly what it
it's
is.
All right, thank you.
I mean, the difference here is one lost a general in a war front, and it's a political war. That's why it's classified as a political assassination. The other guy, Bernie Sanders, lost a countryman, a compatriot, and he spoke like somebody who is in that position to lead. But comparing the two of them, I don't think is fair, because Trump is not just taking it as, yeah, I'm president, he's my fellow soldier. No, this is my rank and my general. I'm one of the top generals I have in this war that we call politics. So the approach should not be, of course, one will be taking it more extreme, the other one will. So I don't think it's fair for you to be comparing the two. I understand they are coming from a position of leadership, but at this point, one is more personal. It's taking it more personal.
Rudolph, is it okay? Let me push back a little bit.
No. Okay, the last person that will talk on this is Colonel Master. Go ahead.
I don't see why you can't compare what they did. It's either you have a belief that what Charlie used to do was right, or you have a belief that what he used to do was wrong. And in that situation or in that scenario, then you can either decide whether, for example, Trump's rhetoric and his position on Charlie's death was divisive and wrong, or Bernie's, you align with Bernie's. So regardless of the fact that Charlie used to support Trump, you have to also remember that Charlie had already started breaking away from the ultra MAGA rhetoric. He had already started breaking away from it. He had already started criticizing Israel. You can laugh all you want, but it's very easy to go check up on these things. This is why Candace Owens, even yesterday, told Netanyahu to read the whole letter that he paraphrased, because Netanyahu at exactly 3:32 p.m. was the first president to come out on to the world and tell us about the people he suspected killed Charlie. And he paraphrased a section of a supposed letter that he said Charlie wrote to him a few days ago, extolling his virtues, telling him what he wanted to do to the Palestinians, telling him what he hoped was achieved in Gaza. But people have come out, most especially Charlie's closest friend, who came out about 4 or 5 days ago, maybe a week now, and said, he tweeted that Charlie was scared that Israel was going to kill him because he had already started moving away from the Israeli rhetoric that they've been telling influencers to push, the narrative they've been telling them to push to the public. So I don't see what's funny about that. I think what you have to do in this situation, like everybody else, go check upon it, and then maybe that will help us, because there's certain people that have doubts that this 22-year-old Tyler Robinson is actually, in fact, the gunman. I don't subscribe to those theories yet. I know the government gave us some lies. For example, Kash Patel, immediately the shooting happened, told us they had caught the shooter. He told us they had found out who the shooter was. He told us they had found out that there was an international entity behind it. So taking all those in tandem, I think it is up to us as the people, especially with all the information available to us today, thankfully, by virtue of the internet. Each information given to us, just don't regurgitate it, dig deep into it, and we should use our own process of deduction and elimination to find out the truth, because these people will not stop at any point to try to lie to us, like we have seen that just happened in the last 72 hours.
All right, thank you. There's another aspect that I want us to weigh in, and I want people who didn't get a chance to speak now, maybe if they want to. I'll come to you for further. Nice.
Hours. I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for.
Why will a governor pray that it will be somebody else, somebody, the normal targets of people that did this. Why wouldn't? Okay, I don't want to answer my question.
Because
Jagun.
I can answer.
Okay,
Because like I said, racists are not born; they are taught, and this is what Charlie Kirk was doing. These people have pastors teaching their children that black people are the danger to them. The reason why they would think he's an immigrant or is a black person is because this is what they are being taught. This is what is being enforced in their mind. This is what they all believe. And this is very dangerous. The person that this narrative is mostly dangerous to white people. The people that get pied from school shooting the most are white people. The people these gun laws affect the most are white people. The people that attack white people the most are white people. So everything that happened to Charlie Kirk supported it. So I don't know why the followers are trying to make it seem like we are the one that supported it. Everything that happened to him, he pretended like it wasn't happening. He kept on putting young white men in danger by lying to them that it is not happening. And it happened to him. What happened to him, he in fact even supported it, as long as it was another person's child. So why are you trying to push the blame to people that are trying to make him, we are trying to make sure that they don't whitewash this guy, but you are trying to make it seem like we support him being alive. And they are praying that it is you. Can you imagine if it was a black person? Can you just imagine how terrible you think your life is bad as a black person? Can you imagine if it was a black person that did this? They were already rallying. They don't know who did it though, but these people have already rallied on streets and they were ready to attack your kind. If they had met you on the street, they would have beaten you to pulp.
Dude, they're still blaming black people.
And your last words would be, nobody should support his unaliving. Nobody, and they will beat you to pulp.
Dr. Damaji,
I put my hand up.
You know that.
I've been putting my hand up.
Oh yeah, no. Let's hear from people.
The reason why they would believe it is you first is because Charlie Kirk told them.
All right, thank you.
That's why. And statistics doesn't even support that. Statistics supports that it's most likely going to be there was over a 70% chance it was going to be a white male, but these people still chose you. Oh God.
All right.
Oh, no.
Thank you. Let's hear from Jagan.
Thank you very much. You see, I remember growing up, us as black people, anytime we used to see a black person on TV, we will call the whole family to come and rally around the TV, that a black person's on TV. When the news used to come on and they used to speak about some despicable crime that was just disgusting, we used to pray, let it not be a black person, or we used to pray seriously because it affects us as individuals. This is exactly what this grown man has said. We used to do this as kids. This grown man, I was begging God that don't let it be white. Let it be black. Let it be Muslim. Let it be some other. If you widen out that clip, you'd have seen the expression on the Mexican security guard or whatever it may be behind him. He was there stoically looking. And as soon as the man began to mention it, he looked at him. His expression changed for the rest of that press conference, and this tells you the real sense of the in such a country. You see, America is one of the most hypocritical countries in the world. You guys who love America to the bone, I find you all very strange, to be frank, because the hypocrisy that takes place in America, you guys don't admit it. Especially people like Kenneth, who wants to be MAGA. People like people who just open because you can turn the light on and it comes on in America. That means it's the best country in the world, as far as a lot of Nigerians are concerned. Whereas we that have grown up in this sense in the West, understanding that we're kind of at war. These people don't really like us. They will play us for anything. There is such a thing as racism. Me, I'm a person, I don't talk about racism. However, I do know it's there. I just know how to avoid it. But if it comes to me, I'm dealing with it there and then. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. James, hold on.
Please, I just want to suggest, is it possible that whenever we appear on this platform, we should concentrate more on Nigerian problems? We have teaching problems in Nigeria. all we have discussed so far, in what way is it affecting us in Nigeria? We have problems like Natasha Akpoti's case, the problems in Anambra State. These are potential, what they call time bombs that can explode at any time. Instead of expending our energies and effort on American and world issues, I'm not saying we should not discuss world issues, but a good chunk of the time should be concentrated on Nigerian problems. And we should remember, the viewers at home,
Mr. James, sorry to
of them are Nigerians.
sorry to I beg your pardon, Mr. James.
Okay.
I hear what you just said, and I would like to put it to you, sir, that this is September. Every week we discuss Nigerian problems. Every single week. I don't know that you yourself are not. I won't say bored, but I haven't had or don't believe that we put enough time into Nigeria issue. That's not real.
No, the point I'm making is this. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I'm sorry for interrupting you. The viewers at home in Nigeria, they are not interested in what we are discussing.
How do you know?
90%, no, I mean, I have people in Nigeria.
They are interested. They are interested. The
me
majority of the black people supporting Charlie Kirk are Nigerians. Over 90% of them are Nigerians.
I'll come to you.
Wayward Nigerians.
If there were really Nigerians
thank you.
watching,
hold on, guys.
they'll have
Hold on, guys.
100,000 views. There's
Hold
no
on, guys.
Nigerians watching.
Hold on, guys. So one thing is that this has wider implications, even for Nigerians, and we just have to be able to connect it. We have issues of free speech in Nigeria. We have issues of people threatening people. We have issues of people being killed. It's all connected, but we have to find the connection. But also, people in Nigeria are interested in this. They are watching. If you look at all the newspapers in the world today, I did this yesterday in class. No, not yesterday, on Thursday. They all have the story on the front page, all over the world, not just.
The point I'm making is this. You see, we seem to know more about the American society than our own society. Whenever we are discussing Nigerian issues, we don't dissect it the way we'll be talking about left wing, right wing, blue, white. I mean, these things.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Mr. James, you know where you live. That's where you're gonna know more facts about where you live.
No, I don't live in. Look, I don't live
here. Yeah.
I've never lived in Ghana, but I know a lot about Ghana.
James, you have a point.
I've never lived in Sierra Leone. I've never lived in Mauritania.
James, you have a point. You have a point.
I've never lived in India, nor Iran. I was not alive during the First and Second World War.
James, there's no doubt you have a point, but the point is that we don't actually do this every day. I know recently has looked as if since Trump came, when Biden was president, we are not talking about America every day, but the way the world works, the power of the big American country is what is pushing this conversation, not just here, around the world. The government of America today puts its hands into everywhere, all the countries of the world, and we are forced to react to that. You can be sure that next week there will be something else big that will happen that America has something to do with, and we can't do otherwise. But you are right, we have to be careful that we spend enough time talking about Nigeria and Africa more than we do about America. And that brings me to the next stream, which Forefathers will host. Forefathers has topics, all the topics we mentioned about Nigeria that we didn't get to. Shoyinka calling Trump white Idi Amin, Soludo and Uche Kunife's conflict in Anambra State, Showere and DSS. These are topics that we actually plan to do that, but sometimes people are more excited about something. And this is one story for this week that is very exciting to people in terms of the ramification of what it means for us. When you see somebody threatening to kill Showere, it's connected to this. It's about where is the line between freedom of speech and the right of people to weigh. Ovi, I'll give you 1 minute before Forefathers. 1 minute.
Yeah, I think I open for debate that America is 15 countries, 50 countries in one. Okay, 50 colonies in one. So the governor is talking to his own citizen, the Utah people. right? So when we need to contextualize waiting demand, how demand they take phrase and waiting talk. He's talking to a group of people. He's citizens of that state. You understand how America work. Every state they compete, every state they whatever. So everybody will get his own mind, his own business. So him saying that as a public, as a number one citizen marketer of the country, I don't think you should take it out of context. Because if you take it out of context, you'll be angry. Why is he saying that? But he's very, very specific to the
Ovie, listen, Ovie, you don't have to justify everything. So,
Yeah.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying.
Ovie, hold on. If the guy had said, I wish it's somebody from Texas. They have guns in Texas. He wouldn't say somebody from New York. We don't have guns here the way you guys have guns all over the states. If he says somebody from another, but he's talking another state where there is gun rights, but he's talking about immigrants, black people. They don't live there.
Dr. Dameji.
No, don't argue. Don't argue. You have to be convoluted.
Please, so what do you respect?
No. Let me go to forefathers. Forefathers.
I respect you a lot. Please, don't try this anymore. Please.
Who's that?
Whenever you're speaking. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jagun.
No, I don't mean to be rude. Wait. I don't mean to be rude.
Please.
Can I just say this to him?
I deliberately never to interject whenever you are speaking. It was a deliberate attempt. Not that I agree with everybody fuck you are saying. So whenever I'm speaking, please don't interject.
Okay, please.
I don't care if you understand it or not.
Okay, please, everybody, calm down.
This is the last warning.
Calm down.
I will go low.
Oh Lord, you see, we have to. You see, James, are you still here? You see why this is all the implication.
Warning, you're joker.
And it's wider than just what happened to one man in America.
But doctor, all those names you put there, the man did not say it. Let's stop deceiving people here, Dr. Dameji. Let's be frank. The man did not incur those names. Gun right is an American right. It has nothing to do with state or city by city. So let's educate the people about where we live in. We just said it. If someone is being
hold on.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for.
Ovie.
Yes.
So what did he say?
When anything happen, accident or not, human being jump into what he's just wishing, right? He's wishing that human citizens of that state are not responsible. Now you can paint it however you want it, but it is very clear that he's talking to the citizens of that state. Oh, thank God it is not one of us. Now, does that say I'm justifying what he's saying or not? No, that's not the point. I am saying there is a context to which that man is speaking, and we should analyze that context rather than just jump into conclusion. If you are accusing him of wishing, then the finger is also pointing at us.
All right, Ovie, thank you.
Can't just have a word on that, please? It'd be very short.
No.
I'm not angry, actually.
No.
Let me just say something.
Who is talking?
Don't. You see. I hope.
Yeah, greetings and thank you for having me, Dr. Dameji, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I must say, it's a sad day for Americans, so it's good for me to share my condolences with those that are well wishers of Charlie Kirk. That said, this is not surprising. I've been saying it. America is going to face some tough times, and Nigerians that are there, they need to be preparing. America is going to go through tough times in the coming years. They like it or not. Either it's a massive war they are going to trigger, or they are going to go into a civil war, or something worse. Who knows? I've been saying it for a long time now. Then regarding what Ovie was saying, I think he has a point, and this is part of the debate that the discourse has been going on. That governor's speech, he was basically trying to say we have to take accountability. We are all part of this. That's why he's saying it's our son that did this now. I was praying it was someone else, but this is our son now. It's us that we are the ones doing all this. We have to step back from the brink. And some people just clipped that tiny part of the listing and run with it to create the same thing, the opposite thing that he's asking for. He's saying, don't get out of control. Let's not jump to conclusion and start killing each other. We should have to start respecting each other a little bit more. The area I would have said people should criticize him for was that riot one that he said. That riot statement he made was actually quite prejudicial. When he said, we didn't riot, that was clear. Because what did he mean by he didn't riot? There's a reason why other people riot. Because there's no justice for them. People know there's going to be justice for this guy. That's a big difference.
Forefathers, before you continue, I'll give you 1 more minute. What if he had phrased it this way? Based on what we know, shootings in America has been carried out by 70% of white people. Did he say that? No. Immediately he's praying that it's not one of, this is where you should go. If you hear that there's a shooting, based on statistics, it's going to be likely be a white person. But he didn't go there. He started thinking and praying that it's going to be something else.
But it's human nature. Now, isn't that what Jago just attested to? That
Thank you.
It's human nature for people to not want to be racist. No, it's human nature.
That's not what I said.
If something happens in the public square that is horrible, you don't want it to be a family member, do you? It's just human nature not to want those sort of things. So I don't necessarily see that part as the issue. For me, the riot one is the one I see as an issue because he doesn't seem to understand the difference between the reason why the black community are compelled to go on the street. Because most of the time when they get killed, the person even gets bail. The person gets bail and walks away. But we know this guy is going to face the death penalty. Maybe they might commute it, but he's going to face it. He's going to be convicted for sure. Even people were arguing for the guy that killed George Floyd that he wasn't guilty. They tried to make that argument. Today,
the same person you guys are supporting today said that guy should be released.
Calm down. See, the reason why I'm saying that, in the case of that riot thing that they are talking about, they forget that there's a reason why black people have to go on the street. If they thought justice was going to be done, why would they go on the street? The white people know justice is going to be done. That's why they're not going to go on the street. They know the rules will apply.
They went on the street before they knew who it was.
Yes, I understand that part of it. But even if they didn't know who it was, at least if they didn't know who it was, then there's not going to be justice now, isn't it? So, but when they know the person, they know there's justice. Pardon?
What if they had found out? What if it had been a black person that committed the crime?
Now,
what do you think would have happened?
I think they would have gone after black people.
They
would have gone after black people. No. I'm just talking about the governor himself, the statement he made. But that said, there is the reason why. Let me address some of the point Brother James made. You see, what is going on in America is very consequential around the world. There's a reason why even the UK follows it a lot. Because this is a $30 trillion economy, 800 something military bases all over the world. It's a massive power that when something goes on there, you have to pay attention, because when the winds of change come from there, it can blow through your country as if everything that's going on in your country is nothing. You see what I mean? So this is why you have to pay attention to it. If a hurricane is coming, don't start worrying about the drizzle that is going on in your home, because that hurricane is the one that is more consequential. That is why it's important to have these sort of conversations and be aware of what is going on globally. But that said, in terms of what is going on in America, I've said it several times, our people should be preparing, because what America is going through right now is a painful process that is going to take leadership to get out of. And I think that governor actually tried to do that, but instead they twisted it around. But what can I say? It is what it is. Maybe there will never be good enough leadership to save America. Maybe there's not going to be anyone.
All right. So we are rounding up, and I will give everyone a minute to rant. I see somebody in back end. A minute to rant. I put out a video. Somebody, I think Jago asked me of my opinion. I put out a video just a day after the incident. I didn't know the guy. I've never seen him. I don't follow him. But my reaction was simply that somebody was shot for expressing an opinion. Even if I don't agree with the opinion, I don't think it's the right way. I think we can all agree on this one. But the other point I made was that I think what is behind this heightened state of political conversation in America is this concept of, I think the young ones, it's also in Nigeria, in Africa, we have this sense that you can win and you have a total victory and permanent victory. It has never been like that, and it will never be like that anywhere in the world. Whether you're a conservative, you can win today. Trump will come and go. America will still be here. Congress is not going to be permanently Republican. It cannot be permanently Democrat. But there are some people who believe that they can make it happen. So, and when they talk and when they push what they believe in, they use that mentality, that feeling that we can get this, we can get to the point where what we want will be permanent. There was a time abortion was, you have the right to abortion in America. It changed. It's not going to be permanent. It's going to reverse. But most people don't approach it that way. Most people don't see it. There was a friend of mine. She's Republican. And when I complain about certain things that Bush was doing, George Bush, not even George Bush second, she would tell me, look, Clinton did that. You guys should bear with us until your turn comes when you get another Democrat. It has to, that's how it works. But the mentality that we have to win and we have to destroy them completely, that's the problem. I know that things will change. I'm not going to panic. Trump will leave and somebody else will come there. I hope that's what I took out of that if we tone down the temperature, as they say, understand that nothing is permanent. You cannot stop the wheel of change. Progress is not even straightforward. Whether you believe that progress is your own conservative ideology, that today the Supreme Court said that people, same-sex marriage can happen, doesn't mean it's going to be permanent. I can tell you, probably 100 years from now, if America becomes an Islamic country, they might have Sharia everywhere and everybody will stop talking about it. Anything can happen anyway. We can't predict. We can't think that this is permanent. So we should calm down, including in Nigeria. You know, you see people supporting Tinubu, they think that, Tinubu can be there 8 years, and then what? Or people supporting P2B or nothing. Tinubu can win the next election, then where is the nothing? You will still be there. The country will not go. You will not disappear. You will still be talking about Nigeria. Anyway, that's my rant. Let's go to, I don't know who else will start. Let's start with Bumi. Let me start with a softer voice because some Bumi guy.
I don't know what my rant should be about.
It could be anything.
I think I've already said everything I want to say, but I would just probably answer someone who said that, or actually your comments, Dr. Damaji, you said that one of your first, the video you put out after you heard that the guy was killed was that someone's life was cut short. Yes, facts, but it doesn't change the fact that if I come out today and was advocating that other people's life can be cut short, but not mine, or then mine was cut short, you guys act surprised. It's like I was asking for it, or at least I'm okay with the fact that people's lives should be cut short. Don't give a double standard. My life, or let's say we're playing the whole Animal Farm, where some people's life are more equal than the other. If it's what we all have agreed as a society, then fine. But if I'm saying each and every person is equal, God values each and every person's life, then don't take my own life as the most important and then ignore the next person next to me. Or let's say, something happens to me, but then something happened to Ovie, and everybody's only crying for me, but no one's crying for Ovie. Now cry for both of us. Don't pick and choose, because he clearly said to keep our rights, people have to die, and then he dies and everyone's crying. It's completing each other. So that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, Bumi. Let's go to Ovie.
Sorry. Don't reach me.
You don't want to? I can skip you.
Let me start with a quote, right? Which also speaks to what your rant is about. He said the impulse is rooted in the fact that most Americans came to this country because they failed elsewhere and had to reinvent their life. In America, there is a constant push to create something new. However, what is created always becomes obsolete, leading to the period of rage, sorrow, and the belief that the current times are the worst. This is not new. That's why I said, who is next, where, or when? Whatever that is going through today, even as to Nigeria the civil war, it has happened before. And it was during the period of what institutional change that led to that civil war. The change that is coming, we no go escape harm. It's already here. The question is that who is going to lead? Yes, I totally agree with Mr. Rudolph that everybody always believes that whatever he wants, once achieved, is going to be permanent. Dr. Dameji, every American believes that he's going to be a millionaire, but actually ain't going to happen. That's what America is about. That's why everybody keep coming. The fact that you can believe that it's doable, whatever it is, even though that they let you know that it's impossible, but that belief is there. And that's why you should fear these people. It's marketing skill. They are not going to go down just like that as a loser. Instead, the greater majority of the poor people around the world will be at the receiving end. Whether you like it or not, whatever that is seen is happening is going to touch pretty much all the European countries. But as I said before, what happened in Nepal and what happened in America a couple of days ago is a sign to our leaders who are under rule-based world order. If you say you won't go join what road beds initiative, that's what is going to happen to you. You can disagree with it. My sister consider theory. May God give us long life. It's on. It's called Third World War.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let me go to Sully. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sully. You're muted. All right, we can skip you when you figure out what's going on. It's not from my end. Let's go to. Okay, yeah, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I fixed it. So I've said what I want to say. I've brought proof. I've brought evidence. I've told you what this man said word for word. I've told you. You know, I believe that some black people, right, if they spat in their face and told them that I hate you because of your skin color, they are still going to find a way to whitewash it. You know, these people, sometimes they spit. It's just that I was just in front of him when he was spitting. And he was just telling me his opinion. Everybody can have opinions now. Everybody can have but if an Igbo man wants to come and be a king in Lagos, they will start crying, lock him up, he cannot go and do it in his own village. Meanwhile, they fought to keep the Igbo man in Nigeria. So everybody that is supporting this guy, if you love your life, do not surround yourself around this kind of people. Because these people, they love white people more than they love themselves. These white people will come to your birthday party, they will laugh with you, they will drink with you, but deep down, they have the same mindset as Charlie Kirk. I don't understand this obsession with oppressors. Maybe slavery ended too early because some people still deserve to be in chains. I believe that. You know, Harriet Tubman said that she would have saved everybody, but some people loved the slave camp. They loved it. They loved Master because Master used to give them the beating. Maybe they had a fetish with getting beaten. You know, maybe they had a fetish with getting oppressed. That is their fetish, unfortunately. So we have to just let white people finish them, pata pata. But like I said, avoid this kind of people because they will put your life, not your literal life, they will put your life in danger. That's the truth, because they don't understand that their life is in danger. They have no awareness. They have no danger awareness. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ike, you are next.
Yes, my rant should start with Ludov because you left me at the backstage for more than 2 hours.
I'm
And
sorry.
you don't need to tell me you're sorry because you are handling the pin. You're supposed to know the people you put on the backstage, right? But now it is about 1 minute of rant. But listen, I'm really surprised and shocked that Ovie could defend the governor of Utah State, what he said. And the forefathers came to, to smooth it and romance it so that it will look very good. That's why I always, when I come here, to people in the comment section, they say I speak like somebody from the village. And I'm always a village man, and I will continue to be a village man. For the power of a pulpit of a governor of a state in the United States of America to stand on the pulpit, to say that he has been praying for more than 33 hours or 33 how many hours, that he should be somebody from somewhere, and he ended up being his own son, his own brother in Utah. I don't know how, for the fact that you think that you can romance your conspiracy theories and read books and read whatever you think you are reading, and you begin to defend indefensible things that cannot be defended anyway. As a black man, you are defending a white man who has no respect for you, who doesn't even know that you exist. The governor of a state, standing on a powerful pulpit of a governor of a state in the United States of America, is telling you that this is, if he was speaking to the people of Utah, maybe they should have closed the national network. Nobody is going to see it. And let it be for only for the people that live in Utah, so that we wouldn't be talking about, I don't live in Utah, but I saw it on television. So how is somebody trying to defend that? All in the name of governors, every state, when they are speaking to their state. If the governor, your crazy governor in Imo State, if he's speaking, is he not speaking to the people of Imo State? So what are you talking about? I think there should be something. I said it when I gave my first comment. Your president said, I am going to stand in the street of Washington and shoot somebody and nothing is going to happen. That is the fruit you are reaping in America. So I don't know why, because we live in this part of the world, because we believe you live there, you do whatever you like. Sometimes we forget where we are coming from. That you reason like normal, like black man, to think that if your father goes in a public meeting in your town and says something that is not good, people are going to tell him, my friend, what are you speaking? You're not speaking for me. So now, governor of Utah is right to say that he has been praying for 33 hours, hoping that he's somebody from somewhere else, and he ended up, it's not what he's thinking. And you're coming here to defend it that he's talking to his state. Give me a break.
All right, thank you, Ike. Just to inform everybody, if for any reason you see yourself taken out, it may be because you're not on screen, but you can also text me and say, if I'm the moderator, that you have forgotten back end. Sometimes things happen. I'm sorry, Ike, it's not intentional, of course. Mr. James, 1 minute.
Yeah, I would like to speak on something different.
Yeah, of course.
Good. At Kathmandu, is it Republic or Kingdom of Nepal, there was an uprising. Something very interesting happened. And I want to congratulate the people of the Nepalese. When they captured the first lady, they pulled her out, pushed her to the ground, gave her some beatings and things like that. But there was something they did not do, which we would have done if we were to be in their position. The woman was not stripped naked. They did not tamper with her private parts. Unlike the lady they got beaten up at Ikeja airport. Then something happened also in Anambra State. We are so obsessed with what they call stripping our women naked in public, should anything go wrong. But the people of Nepal did not tamper with our privacy, let me put it that way. And the funny thing is that Nepal is referred to as the roof of the world. They live in mountainous, it's one of the highest countries in the world in terms of altitude. They are cut off from the rest of the world physically. So they are able to maintain their moral standards by leaving the woman, by preserving her dignity. I think I want to congratulate the people of Nepal for the action they took. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to Dexter. You are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Okay, I can talk on anything, really. So, yeah, for me, really, what I think is, well, like I've always said, I think it is more or less what is the solution. You know, I've just been thinking recently, what is the state of, how you develop, how you judge the temperature of a country. You actually look at the primary and secondary schools of that country. It will tell you the caliber of people that you would have in the next 20 years. And when you look at countries in the world, Sweden, Denmark, look at how they are investing in the young generation, making sure they have good schools, good serene environment, But when you compare that with what happens in Africa, you find out that it's not about the rhetoric we talk here, have ballistic missile and all that. You find out that if you don't invest in the next generation, your country really goes nowhere, because it means that your human capacity development is very poor, So I think it's something that, as much as everybody, there are a lot of Nigerians outside the country, but what I think is that it's time for the Nigerians outside the country to come together and make a concerted effort to make sure that the next generation of people coming out of Africa can compete at the same level. I'll give you a typical example. I was speaking to a friend of mine in Nigeria, and we're speaking about, he's involved in rocket technology. And I was talking about how it needed to be, we need to get the Western prototype, the West will not allow us to do rocket technology because that is about missile technology. And I showed him a picture in a college where students are building rockets in the West. Students, they're not waiting for one prototype. They are building rockets, students in a college. These are people in SS2, SS3, building rockets, automating it themselves. But then I have somebody working in an institute in Nigeria telling me, we need a prototype. We need a prototype from the US, and they won't want to give it to us because to make us have missile power. Think about the difference think about the difference. Like, I'm going to a college and I'm seeing students building rockets for experiment, for trial, and somebody is working in an institute. You are looking for prototype. Meanwhile, it's the same brain between your two ears. The point is this: if we don't invest in human capacity development in Africa, unfortunately, the next generation will come and be telling the same stories most of us are telling here, and be looking for the wise man to say he's the cause of all our problems. And I think many of us know, because we have Nigerians that have gone abroad and done so well. So we know that we have brains and we can solve problems. But we must not hand over leadership to our ancestors, which is what we like doing in Africa. Making sure that it is the ancestors that are ruling us. Omenala, all those things that we are doing, foreign libation, it has followed us, that will only give, where you have young people that are supposed to be leadership, they are not ready to take over leadership. Thank you, Dr.
All right, thank you so much, Dexter. Let's go to Prince Akwachi.
Dr. Rudolph, I thought you were gonna forget about me anyways. So, but let me quickly rant. Thank God it's ranting. Just a quick one. I'm not gonna take. I'm not gonna speak with profane words. But people like Bunch TV on the comment section, please, when people are on panel and they are making their presentation, if you disagree with them, there is no need of being disrespectful. There is no need of telling them to go and sit down. After all, let me not go that way, because if I go that way, I will give it to you. What? I already told you. I ain't got your time. But I totally subscribe with what Mr. Ike said, and with me, see, today I'm even agreeing with Boom Boom Ray. See, well, that shows you, and even Solid, that shows you it's not about, and it is about people carrying out, learn about something. Don't just come with one thing and then you go with it and that's what it is. No. I'm somebody that when I see things and good at thing, I have a wife that when I learn things, we discuss and she also tell me what she learned about that. She's good with Twitter. I don't go on Twitter. My own is if it has to do with Facebook, if it has to do with Telegram, yes, call me. I will tell you what Telegram is saying or what Facebook is saying. But for her, she knows about Twitter. And you see, you gotta learn about things. For me, political violence or any violence whatsoever, it's not my nature. It's not what I don't subscribe to it and I will not agree to it. However, people, let's not be throwing stones just for the sake that we are defending a particular thing and then we throw stones and just say, oh, well, some will say, oh, God, sit down, you don't know what you are saying. And then let's be educated. And thank you once again, Dr. Reda. No, I'm going to your state since they said you buy certificates. Now I'm gonna go buy a professorship certificate so that I'll go and run for the governor of Anambra State. Yes, I'm going under ADC. I'll go and take over there. Yes.
All right, thank you, Prince. We couldn't even get to that topic because it's something I'm interested in, but I hope that forefathers will discuss it. You aren't ready. I'm ready for you. Brent.
Yeah, okay. I think this is beyond Democrats and Republican parties. And the goal is just to bring about the divide and then distract us from the main point. And that's what is happening here. People are, oh, it's Democrat, oh, it's Republican. Okay. But at the same time, let's bring it down to the Democrat and Republican issue. I think for the fact that I disagree with your idea does not mean you should insult me when debating with me. You can pass your ideas across, but don't insult my idea. And that's what Sodi did here on several occasions. He was very insultive. And you pardoned that, Dr. Damages. That wasn't good. When you want to debate your ideas, what makes you think your idea is right? What makes you think your idea is better than mine? If you have a different idea, it's fine. Come up, debate me. Right? And then we can convince each other. We can disagree. We can agree at some point. It's okay. It's normal. That's what makes us unique as humans. He brought about race in this. Oh, black people. Who? You're bringing race. All white people are this. All white people are that. You're also a racist by saying that. Because there are still some good white people. There are still some racist black people. So we have good and bad on all race, on all color, but we are all one race, which is the human race. If you're not a racist, you should be seeing us as one human. And then when the governor said what he said, I think you can look at it from different angle. When you look at it from the angle, like, let's say, for example, you have a family member that was in a bus and then the bus had an accident. And then what would your first impression, what would your first thoughts be? Oh, I just hope my family member is not dead. I just hope my family member didn't board that bus. That doesn't mean that the people who are dead have the right to die. It's just, he was saying, I hope this bad person didn't come from my state. And then people are taking it out of context. It's fine if that's what you think, it's okay. But do not say that people who think otherwise are cowards, or people who think otherwise worship white people, or people who think otherwise are brainwashed, or people who think otherwise a white person can spit on their face. And no, man, that's insulting. Anybody has the right to believe what they want to believe, belong to whatever party they want to belong, state their feelings, state their ideas without insulting the next. And that's the problem between these Democrats, left and right. Yeah, because you're a Democrat, then you think you can force your ideas on me, or because I'm a Republican and I think I can. No, it shouldn't be that way. So Sally was very insulting, and that was wrong. And he should have been called out here, honestly.
All right, thank you. You aren't ready. I think you were ready when you came in and we had you. That's why we have this platform. We let people have their opinion, different opinions are allowed, and we encourage people to have conversation. Thank you so much. Colonial Master.
So with regards to the governor of Utah, I guess a statement could be subjective, right? You could see it a certain way. I'm actually leaning towards how Rudolph seen it, how you heard it. But you could see how you ain't ready seen it, which of course you could also argue that he probably was just wishing it wasn't one of his citizens. But I think, in light of what was happening at that very moment, in those very critical hours that Charlie Kirk was shot, I think it was more of fanning the embers of the kind of discrimination that America has been going through, or what immigrants have been going through at the hands of the ultra nationalists, the far right conservatives. This is how I see it. Not saying anybody else cannot have their own position, but how I comprehended it was he was willing to wage, even though statistics showed that it was more likely than not that it was an American born of Caucasian race that would have carried out this sort of crime. Now, having said that, I'm going to go back again to saying there's something we say in New York, on the East Coast. So niggas die every day, B. He got shot. Everybody gets shot. People get shot every day. And rightfully so. People got shot in Colorado. Kids. Ain't nobody talking about that. But we over here being forced to cry on someone that was so divisive. Again, like I said earlier, someone that wouldn't care if anybody on this panel got hurt by his own people. He would tell you, why were you resisting the bullet? Why didn't you stop resisting? He's on tape several times telling us George Floyd died of fentanyl. Not that Officer Chauvin choked him to death, but he always brings up the fact that George Floyd had a drug problem. He's on tape telling us that black people were better off during Jim Crow. It's going to be hard for me to have any empathy for that man. And again, I will repeat it again. In honor to keep his memory alive, in honor of his teachings, I'm not gonna show any empathy because I don't want to be seen as weak by Charlie or his followers. This was what he taught. And I think it is best that we adhere and follow that. Let's honor the man. He lacked empathy. Let's go with that. He thought his people weren't criminals. Well, listen, let the court judge. But now we want to worry about people saying a mother is grieving with 2 kids. There's over 400,000 Palestinian women that were blown, and her husband was supporting them. So while I do not agree with extrajudicial killings of human beings just based on their own positions, I will not take the stance that racism is just your own position, just your own view. It is despicable, and we're going to call it what it is, whether you're alive or you caught one to the throat.
All right, thank you, Colonial Master. Jagan.
Hello there. I would like to use my time to rant about OVA. No, not really. I'm joking. You know, I won't say what is in my mind, but I think other people have underlined it, and I'm happy that you, Rudolph, have the viewpoint you have on language and how language is tricky, and how those who own the language in English, they know how to speak it. It's us people who are confused and remain confused. Mio, I'll tell everybody here, I'm probably the one who knows Oyinbo better than anyone else on the platform. And I'm not used to saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I've been the longest outside of Nigeria. I'm the longest outside of Nigeria. And in that, I had to learn the hard way when I was here in this country, because see, there were no black people around me. Definitely, there were no Nigerians, apart from my family. So when I look at the way the world is and the fact that people are still so confused, there are many people on this platform that I would like to rant about, to be honest, that your point of view is archaic. Where does your point of view come from? What are you reading? Which white man sodomized you to come to this point of view? Now, I'm living in this country. Me, I don't have any hatred for white people. In fact, me, I like them. But I can tell you this for nothing. I have about one white friend. I know a lot of white people, but I can tell you I have about just one white friend in this country. And what I call a friend is somebody that you can ask for a $5, a tenner. It's a tenner. I'll sort you out later. That's a friend. You get me? I only have one Oyibo like that, one. Now, I'm saying this to say that we as Nigerians, we are really, really confused about the world we're living in. You know, from somebody like Kene, very strong with his opinion, as he should be, but very wrong as far as I'm concerned. So like, where'd you get this opinion from? How did you come to this sense? I'm so clear on the way this thing works. I don't vote in this Europe. I would never vote, and I know why. Because we're not at that point where we are receiving any fairness from the state. What we get politically in the country I'm living in, politically, is we have to move to the street. If we don't move on the street, we don't get nowhere. In my lifetime, I've been on the street in terms of campaigning or what's the word, protesting as to the status quo and as to what we need, what rights we need. I do it physically. I don't go and vote. Doesn't mean nothing. Go and vote, waste your time, waste your vote, waste. The only place I will probably vote is in Nigeria, and that a lot of Nigerians don't vote because they know it's a kind of waste of time. They only think that because they're leaving Nigeria, that democracy is actually practiced properly in the West. Very foolish point of view. If you read British history, you would know it doesn't mean that much, this democracy. It doesn't. But the reason why, in England at least, the things are the way they are, is because people come out and protest. And if they don't, it goes over their head. It is for you are forgotten about. You go and vote time and time again for all kinds of people, and the same result comes out. So really, that's my rant. My rant is about really, we got to wake up Nigerians, man. Nigerians have such a global opportunity. We have such a global opportunity that within the next 5 to 10 years, if we're serious, we can actually be one of the 5 great economies in the planet. And therefore, we would have a voice, a global voice. And our global voice, along with the influence and the strength that we have, it would make waves. And that's what I would like our people to appreciate. All the rubbish that we talk about all day long, having crazy opinions about nonsense, it's just a waste of time stuff. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jagon. Let's go to Forefathers.
Thank you for having me. Let me start with the statement by the governor. I've always said that America needs leadership if they want to solve this problem that they are facing. Something that I don't even know whether leadership will be enough, because it's something that I've never seen happen throughout my life or in the last 100 or even 500 years. It's never happened. So I don't know whether anything is going to solve it. And the idea that, and I find many African Americans and Americans, even Nigerian Americans that come here, they act as if they don't know. They are not aware, even when they've been told this problem is going to come. It's a serious one. And I hear the Europeans making that noise. They are saying it. They're not hiding it. That they are not going to go down without swinging. They're going to swing hard. And when that time comes, I didn't even think it's going to happen this quickly. It's happening faster and faster. The way things are going right now, because they don't want to wait till it's too late. They are not like us. where we'll just see a problem coming and we wait until the problem swallows us before we start reacting. Here in the UK, there was a massive protest today of the far right. They came out today to protest. Who do you think is funding all these people? Elon Musk, people like Trump are empowering this all over the world. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted Trump to come into office, because he will remove all these scabs of all this so we can see the real face of the beast, so that we actually understand where we stand with everybody. And there was this lady that was stabbed in America, this white lady that was stabbed in America, and they were turning into a race thing when clearly the guy was mentally deranged that stabbed her. Everything is seen through the lens of racism now. Even gays that are part of some of the left struggle are turning into racial thing now. Everything is going back to race, because that is where it's going to settle in the end. That is what often decides the fate of peoples in nations, not all these left-wing stuff where you say you belong to each other and all the rest of it. So people should open their eyes to that. And if I was in America right now, I'll be making my plans, at least alternative plans, to be able to survive that upheaval that is going to be coming. That's what I'm going to say on that one. In terms of social media, what happened in Nepal, I'm beginning to be concerned about social media. Because that governor said it again. Social media is a cancer. That's an American governor saying that social media is a cancer. Right now, in Nigeria, we are consuming it 100%. In Nepal, the governor, the leaders there said they wanted to tax social media. And the president is off. They're no longer in office, because social media is where people get a lot of things. Some of them make money from there. Some of them have conversations from there. But at the same time, it's a little bit sinister. When you go after social media, the government faces a lot of problems. And if you look at the list of countries that have had problems because of social media, or during when they're having problems, they try to shut social media down, and it resulted in even more serious problems. You can see that social media is out of control, and the people that are controlling it are billionaires that are unaccountable to anybody. This is a concern that I think in Nigeria too, we have to be careful about, because you see some of our women and some of our children, the way they're acting now, they're acting like children that belong in the West when they live in Nigeria. They expect standards that are in the West that is unrealistic, that it's like you don't expect to build Nigeria, but you just want Nigeria to be like the West. Who is going to build Nigeria? I think the West became the West. It has to be built. So there's a kind of separation between the reality of their lives and what they think they are living in. Because you wake up in the morning, you say hi to a white guy in Washington or in London, you think you are in London. No, you are not in London, you are in Nigeria. Probably in one of the smaller states. You have to realize that you have serious problems that you have to deal with there. And when they pull that chain off, you see a lot of problems. Can you imagine if somebody like Michael Zuckerberg decides to pull WhatsApp away right now? A lot of families will know how to talk to each other. Some of them may not even know each other's number. It's a serious problem. The way we have become reliant on these tools, I think is something that we have to question ourselves about. That's some of all these things. In terms of Charlie Kirk himself, he has said so many things that has come against him too. I see him as a young conservative that is fighting for his people based on what is happening to them. They are one of those people, like if it was you as a black man that is conscious of the fate of your people, you're not going to fault Charlie Kirk for thinking the way he does. He's thinking for his people. He doesn't care about the other people. At the same time, some of the things he's saying that sounds so crazy is the truth. Like when he said, "Oh, we can allow children to be sacrificed if he's going to maintain our Second Amendment rights and all the rest." Is that not a fact? Is that not what they are doing? They are not doing it. 45,000 people are dying every year from gun violence in America. You see them doing anything about it? Basically, they are telling you, we will accept the sacrifice. So he's saying, he's coming out openly and saying it. People are saying, oh, it's crazy. No, he's just saying it the way you understand it. I see him as somebody that is young, he's maturing in his ideas, and at the same time, he's also bought. That is the dangerous one. He's also bought because he's not very consistent. This is somebody that is pro-life, but is fine with the Gaza children dying. And that is where he broke away from somebody like Candace Owen. Candace Owen and him, they were very, very close. But Candace Owen remained consistent that life is life. If you take life in Gaza, if you take life in America, abortion, whatever, I will be against it. But he, to show you that he's compromised, he's not. He's not. Or you can argue that he's for Europeans genociding people, but not the other way around. Not to him. So that you can say it's consistent along that line. And there's also, let me just add again, I think Speedy 2 said something about it. He said that there is also conspiracies going around about the reasons for this happening, that he was afraid that he was going to get something's going to happen to him if he turned against Israel. There is a verifiable post that was posted on the 13th of August where somebody asserted that. And he started turning against Israel in just the last month or so. We don't know whether it's true or false, but it's just conjecture. What can I say? There's no evidence. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, before you move on, I beg your pardon. Just to add to what Forefathers just said and to what I Speak the Truth was speaking about earlier. You see the shot. I looked at that shot a couple of times, and I know a couple of people who are militarily trained. That shot was far too clean for somebody who is not well trained.
No. That was a bad shot. If you train, you know that was a bad shot.
Well, you see, where I may disagree with you, you say what you say, fair enough. Where I might disagree with you is that I don't know whether this is true, but I've seen clips where there was something moving. It was some kind of thing, and then there were people behind him making signs of some sort to something, and then the shot went off.
Yeah, but
and
it
it was
come
one,
out to say
it
that
was
was
wait, my friend, wait, please wait,
bodyguard.
All right, just please wait. Please wait. I don't mind what you got to say. I may be very wrong, but when I looked at it, I think that shot was too clean, and I think the way he was dead, he was dead. So I just wanted to add that. Sorry, I may be wrong. I Speak the Truth may have something opposite to say.
All right, thank you. There's a reason why we try not to interfere with the rant so that to flow. People will watch this separately later on, and so
Sure.
I had some comments, but I didn't want to interfere with.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyway,
KJ, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Damages, again for having sat down for 4 hours.
No break.
And people say, thank you. I want to start this way. If we invest this anger that we invest on other man's country, on our own country, maybe the leadership of our country would have listened to us and will probably make a change. Because the way we come out with vehemency, against people who are on the opposing side, I'm sure that if we put that effort, it will probably change some of the ills in our society. And I want to say, one of the things that makes this guy we talk about today is because he's able to stand a debate and not insult people, just like what goes on in our comment section. And I don't know some of the people who put all kinds of, I don't want to call names, but if you think that you have a better idea, come onto the platform and tread those ideas so that people can hear you, and then you defend it. If you think it's easy, just like we have given challenge, I would say, if you think it's easy to host, come and look at Rudolph is here. I'm saying it before him now. To host a program, come and host it. So we also can come in as guests and then be able to bombard you, and we'll see how it will go. So let's learn to be civil. That's the thing they keep saying about us. We don't know how to argue. We always fight. We always insult. And when you start resorting to insult, it means that you don't have any points. You call people's names because you don't have any good point to put forward. Canvas your ideas. Put it in the marketplace. Let us see how far you go with it. Then we know that you have come of place. Okay? And I want to say this. I'm going to talk example of myself. I'm going to give an example of myself, Rudolph. Once of course, when you're in Nigeria, you don't really face, racial, whatever it is. But when I got to this country, I one time decided to check myself. And I used my church audience. I go to predominantly white church. And I said to myself, okay, when I walk into the church auditorium, who do I sit close to? First of all, I observed that when I walk into a hall, I always like to sit on the left side. I don't know what that is, because I tried to ask a friend of mine who is a shrink, as they call in America, why do you always sit on the left side of a hall? You know, she just laughed and said, well, it's just nothing. Maybe it's just your preference. There's nothing there. Then I realized also that when I walk into that hall, most of the times I would like to sit around the person that is closest to my color. And I ask myself, am I being racial here now? And I'm not. I'm not. It's just like when you get a group of animals working together, the dogs will always walk with the dogs. They will not walk with the what do you call it now, the cows and the rest. No. And so I found out that with myself, when I walk into a building, except I don't see any space that a black person is sitting, then I'll probably just sit with another white person.
What
Okay?
if it's a Fulani man?
Oh, no, I'm coming. Just don't interrupt me. That's what Rudolph said. But my first preference will be to look for somebody closest to my color before I'll now go to the other. I don't have any racial meaning to that. Now, in Nigeria, because I grew up in the north, if I walk into a hall, I will most likely sit with somebody from the northern part. I'm telling you this of me now as a catch. Okay, I walk into the hall and I will sit closest to somebody who is mostly from the northern part. It's very few times that I walk in and I start with somebody who is Igbo. I rarely do that. But what am I trying to get at? This is natural. Most times people want to speak on behalf of their own sect of people. I don't necessarily hold those people, hold anything against them because of that. And I tell people, because I didn't go through what they went through, I don't have that mentality of saying somebody is trying to be racial towards me. Most times when those things are done, I don't even regard them as, because I'm not part of that. I don't have it in my mentality. So let's learn to give people some space. If we cut everybody a slack, we'll be able to have a better society. This young guy, 31 years old as he may be, have been able to distinguish himself for his society. If 31 years old from where I'm coming from is doing such marvelous job, whether for his people or not, our country would have been far better. And that's the way I want to look at things. When we were living in university, some of us started movement that never went anywhere. Not that we didn't try. Government didn't support it. No president ever told us, oh, what you're doing is very good. Let's shake hands with you. Let's even talk about it. Your governor didn't even think about it. Your local government chairman didn't even come for the occasion when he invited them. So how then are we encouraging our own society to be formidable, to grow with ideas, to debate things, to push the lead? Okay, I call it push a new frontier, because that's always what brings a development to a people. We don't have such encouragement. We must know how to build it. And I'm talking especially to those who are in the political arena right now. Leave what you think about this man. Take his political movement, study it, see how you can use it to better your next 2027 election coming. That is what it is all about. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can take what is there, polish it up, and use it for our own good. That's what I will see. And I say, look, when we come here, this is a marketplace of ideas. It's a talk shop. We're not coming here because when we finish talking, Nigeria will change the next day. We're just coming here to canvass our ideas. Those who want to listen will listen. Please don't come and insult anybody here. I'm not the one who put Nigeria where it is. Neither is my father. So when you're insulting me, you're not making it. You're not advancing this discourse. You are rather making it look primary and mundane. So let's come here and not try to play primitive heroism by showing how much you can insult people. Let's just throw our ideas to this place and have it go. Thank you very much, Rudolph. I really appreciate today's discourse.
All right, thank you, KJ. On that note, I wanted I just wanted to know what Jide and Masca would do, but I'll come to you. We actually
but that was a good submission, though.
Yeah,
about learning from what he did, because if we had colleges, universities having robust conversations about what's going on in Nigeria, maybe that is something that we could benefit from.
Ovie started Turning Point Nigeria, but he didn't turn anything.
Oh goodness!
but let me just say, KJ, when you were talking, I got stopped when you were talking about someone coming into a room and where they sit. Normally, I go and sit beside any woman I see. Should I be worried about myself? Anyway, let's bring in Ike, Jide, and Masca. Jide. All right, we actually ended the session, but I will let you guys rant for 3 minutes. Amaska.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I did not come in to rant. I'm waiting for. I'm actually waiting for further session. I find that more amenable to my kind of views. But I joined so that I will tell you that I met a friend of yours.
Oh.
Or as Nigerians would say, your village man.
Oh, wow.
His name is Hamilton. He
yeah.
Ikemba. Is it Ikemba?
Ikemba Nobi.
Nobi.
Yes. Where did you meet him?
In a friend's party. The guy's name is Ikenna.
Okay.
Ikenna Okedike.
Okay. Yeah, he's one of our big guys.
Yes.
He's a title holder. You know,
unfortunately, we're on opposing football team, so I won't say he's my friend. Even though
okay.
But anyway, so on the issues, mine is not a rant, but I also think that this is a good opportunity. Whenever I come on the show, I always try to tell us that for me, what is really important is to understand how the world looks at you as a people. And I'd listened to this show today very intently. One thing that is very clear is that we all agree that there are people who look at us differently. And I don't think that their view necessarily is of benefit for us, the way they see things. They are not looking for our benefit. So I always converse that we Black people should always first remember that the bigger world does not see us as Igbo, Yoruba, Muslim, or Christians. And I think all I would want to say today is that please, let's try and find a way of remembering these discussions of today, because today there's no Igbo, there's no Yoruba. It was very clear that there were some people outside who are looking at us from a racial perspective. Let's always remember this. That, I think, would be the beginning of progress for Black people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maska.
And sorry, I just want to make a jab at KJ. He said that he's not being racist, but I would put to KJ and feel no offense, KJ. I think you are just simply being timid to look out for people that you are more comfortable with. And I think it's counter to the point you make of frontier. You should go and meet new people as a brother. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. No, I have to respond, please. Just
it's a joke. It's a joke.
What I want
what kind of man are you that will respond to a joke?
No, I don't. You see, because the social media stuff, it's going to be here for years. Okay. If we're talking about mixing up with race, I think I said right from my primary school. I went to a primary school that had Indians, so I've been quite conversant with mixing with people of different color, and
it was not your choice.
I don't do that. Come in, sir. I work in an American company for 17 years. Okay, my colleagues were all people from America, and it's not new to me to mix with people who are from different. But I'm not telling you what I have observed as an individual. Not because I was afraid. When you go to church, I go to go and discuss. No, but I'm just telling you that I took my time. So okay, let me see how do I react in such a place. What is my choice? And so when people talk about color, I cannot understand from that point. I mean, let's leave it there. But I understand you, Maska. Why didn't you say why when it's Nigeria I go to mix with another land? Why didn't I'm about to say timid of the Igbos?
No, because you are more friendly. We are more comfortable with us.
No.
It happens too. Some sorry, Jide, the last person. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Good to see everyone on the panel. Greetings to everyone listening. I've listened on my way driving, and I've listened to everybody's perspective, but I'm looking at it from a very big picture. Okay, but before I even start and talk about what I think about is that, first of all, I condemn, it's ugly, and I strongly condemn killing anyone for his own political views and for his own political movements. As far as it's not inciting violence towards other groups, as far as political opinion is not attacking other group violently, his views are his views. And I strongly condemn anyone that would assassinate him because of his views, if that was the reason why he was assassinated. But now, let me not talk about the big picture of that man's death. Now, this is not my... What you see, I'm looking at it from a very big picture perspective. And what I'm thinking about is this man, he represented something in terms of his views. He represented right-wing views, far right-wing extremist views, some elements of his views. And he was assassinated by an individual, a young man that was in his early 20s. You see, in this country, we don't talk enough about mental illness. The issue of mental illness is a big problem in America. A lot of people are mentally ill. There are a lot of people that are walking on the street, that are driving in cars. There are a lot of people that are a lot of people are mentally ill. And unfortunately, despite the wealth and the power this country has, it has not been able to provide support for mentally ill patients in this country. That's the first perspective. The second perspective is I'm looking at the perspective of racism and imperialism. You see, America was built on the foundation of racism. America was built on the foundation of racism, on the foundation of white nationalism. We need to understand that. And for that to happen, it happened through violence. It happened through violence, not through peace, not through negotiating with the people that were here before, not through negotiating with their slaves, not through negotiating with their indentured servants. It was through violence America was built. America is still perpetrating with violence. It is exporting violence up till this day to other parts of the world. And within the country itself, violence is manifesting itself. We need to understand that. And violence is a key part, is a key component of imperialism and racism. So now, this man is dead. Like I said, I condemn his death. He's a young man that has a future, that has his own political views, even though his views are divisive and controversial. I disagree with most of his views. I agree with some tiny bits, but I disagree with most of his views. Now, the point I'm making now is that this man died. What about the thousands of children that are dying in Gaza? The day this man died, there were over 70 Palestinians that were dead. The media all over the world is not focusing on that. It's on Charlie Kirk. It's on Charlie Kirk. These people are dying unjustly. They didn't choose to die. They didn't choose to be where they are, and they are dying. They are starving today. They are killing them. Every day. Now, I think there are at least over 100,000 Palestinians are being killed as I'm talking. In total, now, it is now Charlie Kirk that everybody's not talking about. That, what does they stand for? What is the justice? But there's no justice for Palestinians. That's to tell you that apart from the violence that is originated by this country is built under the impression of racism, that some lives, they don't matter over other lives. If there's one particular race of people that die, even if they have their own political movements, but those people that they are the ones that died, their lives matter over other people that have different views, different political views. Now, we black people, I'll talk to all of us. It seems that we don't understand our enemies. We don't understand Europeans. Europeans have a rich issue of violence. Like I said earlier, if you look at European history, it's filled with violence, and they're exporting that violence everywhere. Now, what I want to say is, it is not our business. As black people, we need to understand that it is not our business. And what do I mean by it is not our business? In the US, we need to stop integrating into their political movement and opinion. We need to form our political space. If not, this is going to swallow us, and when it swallows us, we will not be able to survive it. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We have overstayed by more than an hour, 30 minutes. We have to end at this point. I want to thank the people who supported us. Team Majek, thank you so much. Eccentric Cast, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you. George Blue Shell, thank you so much. AY for real, thank you so much. Did I miss anybody? Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. You are the reason why we are still on air. If any day we're off air, you just know that this is why we're off air. Thank you, everybody. Did I see somebody come in? Oh,
Yeah,
Janaba.
can I just say something, Rudolph? Please,
Oh,
if
hold on.
you are still on the comment section and you have not liked the page, please help us like it. The simplest thing you can do is free. Help us like it. Help us to subscribe, because by doing so, it can be sent to many more viewers, so I can have more people on it. And please help us just do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. I'm bad at reminding people to like and share. It's very important. The way YouTube and all the other platforms, the way they work is that more people like it, they show it to more people. So it won't be that we're wasting 4 hours talking and nobody will say it. I think that's the goal, please. And then I see John Abba here. John Abba, thank you for coming late. And I've not seen you for a while, so let me give you a minute. There you go.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy. I know I told you when I don't have time to stay until it gets to my turn, I don't like to interject like that. So come inside, I want to talk and run. So I just watching you guys all the time. But where I was at certain time, it's noisy and all that, and don't want to cause any problem. I watch you guys, and I share in all your views, and I just want to say you're a good man. KJ is very dangerous. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Thank you so much for your opinion. We welcome every opinion. I wish this is how conversations take place in other places, that people don't have to go and shoot people.
But I still love him, though.
Okay. Also, I want to point out as we close and people think about this, there's something different. There's a difference between you as individual and you in leadership position. From my own perspective, I didn't see that leadership in so many people who spoke in this major incident we're talking about. As president of this country, when something like this happens to anybody, so it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or somebody that supports you, there's an expectation that you rise above whatever is your personal view. The same thing is my expectation from a governor. And that's part of what is going on these days in Africa, that leaders don't remove themselves from their own personal feelings. There's a reason why you are the leader and I'm not. So you should rise above that and try, somebody said it here, to unify the people, give a direction about where to go next. You're not going to come to their level, the level of people on the street or people who have podcasts. And I was looking at the president, he was reading what was written for him. What shocked me most is that his writers are now writing like him. If you look at past presidents, they don't write the way, what they read is different from when they speak. But when you look at Trump, you see that people who write for him are now writing at his level for the way he thinks, and that's dangerous. There's a reason why you have writers. I don't have a speech writer. I'm the one talking to you now. But if I'm a leader, some people will say, no, this is not the kind of thing you should say as the leader. Anyway, that's my final thought. But thank you, everybody that joined us, those on the comment section, those that came into the studio. Thank you, Jide. Thank you, Maska. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Forefathers. And thank you, KJ. We're now going to go to Forefathers, who will continue the conversation. I hope you will get to the topics that we didn't touch, like Shoyinka and US, Showore and DSS, Wike is in the hospital, Natasha and the Senate, and what else? Hilda, that broke the world record, and all the other things. So until tomorrow, when we are going to come back for 90 Minutes Africa, where we have a prophet joining us. Thank you so much, everybody. On the comment section, those watching at home, I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Eddie Kwanzaa, bio bio. Eddie Kwanzaa, bio bio. Edi kwansa bio bio izu kama na nedio bia Edi kwansa bio bio Edi kwansa bio bio Edi kwansa bio bio izu kama na